This time on Games and Gamers.
No, that's the fifth
no!
form.
No! It's 4 forms!
The baby's a form. The baby
Yes,
is a form.
Baby, teen, muscle, which will kick your ass. That's what killed you. Then
Yes.
the one that chases you. 4 forms!
No. That's
Find
the
me
big
the fifth!
form.
Find me
Manta
the
ray,
fifth!
the
Find
little
me
worm
5
thing.
forms.
The little worm thing. That's the fifth form. Is the little worm thing.
Danger, you are wrong. What is going on, dudes and dudettes, gamers and gamettes, lads and lassies? Welcome back to another evaluating episode of Games and Gamers. And Merry Christmas, dudes and dudettes, lads and lassies. If you celebrate Christmas, we celebrate Christmas, so Merry Christmas from us. If you don't celebrate Christmas, Happy Holidays. But Merry Christmas from us specifically.
Merry Christmas.
Even though this is being recorded exactly 48 years before the next Christmas.
Years. 48 years.
Christmas doesn't exist yet for us right now. So Merry Christmas.
Yeah, you're right.
But anyway, yeah.
I forgot we're recording this freaking full like 20 BC. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, no, Danger.
All right.
48 BC, Danger. Come on.
40, I don't know. I was, but bro, okay.
But anyway, yeah. Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy Holidays, Merry Christmas. This one's going to be out before Christmas just because, I'll be honest, Danger doesn't want to play video games during Christmas. Not to the degree of Games and Gamers. I probably will, just because I'm going down to Louisiana literally a week. Like, when this episode is up, I should be getting ready or should be in Louisiana.
Yeah.
Or I've been weeks wrong. I'm not entirely sure, but either way, this episode will be up, and I'll already be in Louisiana, or 3 days from now, I will be blah 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 into Louisiana.
One of the two.
Yes.
Either way, he's not going to be here. He's not going to be here.
Either way, PS5 will be turned off. My GameCube, Xbox One, Xbox, my Switch will come with me because it's fun, and I'll bring my DS and probably my PSP. Everything else, my big bad consoles are going to sit here gathering dust. Mm-hmm. Maybe I shouldn't go. What's more important? Gaming? My consoles, my expensive.
You've done it. You've done enough gaming.
My expensive gaming collection gathering dust or
You've
family.
done enough gaming. Go hang out with your family for a few days.
Oh, I absolutely am. Like, so the only reason I'm bringing my shit with me is so I have something to do on the ride down there. Oh my god. So yeah, it's Christmas time. It's not super Christmas time because it was 78 fucking degrees in December. God, I hate Oklahoma. And I hate Christmas.
Outside, it felt we still had to wear like a sweater and stuff, but it did feel nice outside today.
I hate Christmas because I don't know about where you are, but whenever it comes down time for my time around Christmas, hell, before Halloween, Christmas goes into full effect. I live in the middle. Of nowhere. I can see lights 5 miles. That's like 3.5 kilometers for people out there who use the other system. I can see their fucking lights 5 miles away. Hold on. I am going to bitch if you put up your Christmas before Halloween, before Thanksgiving. You are awful. Those two holidays deserve their praise. They both bring fun to it. Halloween brings horror. Thanksgiving brings family together and apple pies. That is evenly as fair as fucking Christmas. So if you put up your damn Christmas lights before Thanksgiving's past, you need to rethink your entire life situation. Damn it. Fuck Christmas.
I will say.
I swear if you're about to say you have Christmas up, I'm going to drive down and deck you because it's 8 days since Thanksgiving.
We do have Christmas tree and order stuff up, but and he left. He's on his way. I have approximately maybe like 7 hours until he's here. He's getting ready. All right, but
you have 7 minutes. You have to just hear
7 minutes. He is getting in his rocket ship that he built out of a trash
just
can.
Running. You just hear a loud boom, and it's a fucking sonic boom.
Yeah, like I'll hear the explosion like 2 minutes before he actually gets here. So once I hear it, it's then. But all right. But one thing is yes, I think it's super annoying. I remember it wasn't this year. There was stuff, but thankfully it was after Halloween. but it was literally like maybe 2-3 days afterwards. Marketing and everything. Everyone does Christmas. Some people do Christmas shopping a whole month early. Blah blah blah. 2 months early. It happens, right? So I understand that. But I'm talking about like people actually having stuff up. It was a year or two. It was 2 years ago. It was 2 years ago because we still lived the house prior. 2 years ago, whenever it was the middle of summer, and there was Christmas music playing.
Okay. I don't understand. Someone out there needs to explain to me. Christmas in July? What the fuck is that?
And also, let me tell you this. My mom and her sister, my aunt, love Christmas. If they had all the power in the world, it would literally be we'd be in not
Perpetual.
Is it
Christmas?
Whoville?
Oh God,
we would
not Whoville.
We'd be in Whoville. We would. Because literally, the day after Thanksgiving, we went to go celebrate Thanksgiving, which is like a birthday thing. Like, we meet to celebrate multiple people's birthday. Our aunt was wearing a Christmas sweater. And literally the day after, they already started putting up, like, after Thanksgiving, which is their thing, is they wait till after Thanksgiving, but the day after, everything Christmas goes up.
The day after Thanksgiving, perfectly fine, because Thanksgiving is past. Thanksgiving
totally fine.
is past.
But they would
have
put it at the beginning of the month of November if they had the power to. Which again, they don't like. I love the Christmas festive thing. Here's the thing that's I feel is magical about it is the time that's small, right? Christmas, I love like the whole festive, the Christmas, the everything, especially now that we're here. It snowed last year. Where we lived before, it snowed once out of like the 13 years we lived there. But one thing is it's festive because it's small. It's enjoyed because it's short. Whenever it's something that lasts for months, at that point you're just like, okay, I can't wait for it to be over.
Remember that episode of Fairly Odd Parents where Timmy wished it was Christmas every day?
Mm-hmm. I do remember that. That's one of the few episodes I saw like more than once on like TV or something.
Yeah, and Santa's like, please, no more. No, that's fucking Family Guy. It's like, you killed Christmas.
You killed it. It's gone. It's dead. You did it. Goodbye.
But speaking of Christmas, Danger. I did something today.
What'd you do?
So at 10:30 this morning, I sent you a message. You're gonna hate me, and I started thinking of a glorious, glorious thing that you're going to hate.
Okay.
I made a 12 Days of Christmas parody, Games and Gamers edition.
Please no. Please. Please. Let's just continue. Let's go on with our day.
You need to hear it. I want you to hear it.
Fine.
On the 12th
ladies and gentlemen.
Christmas Games and Gamers gave 12 bad votes, 11 different ratings, 10 hour streams, 9 game consoles, 8 long reviews, 7 bosses killed, 6 rage quits, 5 Hayden rants, 4 new topics, 3 nerd things, 2 best friends, and 1 really angry fan base.
The fan base. Gosh, man. Oh, I know. Okay.
We actually have an update on that fan base.
Okay. You said you did something.
I did. We did that unfortunately fell upon me because they can't do anything to you.
Okay.
So, I made my amazing cool game desk that I'm really proud of.
Got it.
I posted it into the fan group. It was like, hey, we do this, I said, this is the Games and Gamers. This is my desk that I do for the podcast and all that stuff. What do you guys think? And it started like, okay, yeah, this is really cool. People then started realizing and remembering who I was because I hadn't posted in a little bit.
This fact that you seriously got popular because of it. Like,
so,
Facebook had to take it down. Yeah.
You're close. You're close. So I started getting all sorts of hate on here because, like, you ready to go play it again? Tell fucking dumbass over there to go play it again. I was like, well, that's... And so I started kind of rebuttal. I was like, hey, be nice to him. He doesn't play good games. It's not his fault. And just kind of shit like that. As I'm egging him on. You can definitely tell I'm messing around. But one of the mods messaged me. Hey, you have caused a bit too much discourse in this Facebook group to the fact that you have hundreds of people. There's like maybe 1,200 people in there, and I probably have half of them bitching at me. I got kicked out of this Facebook group because 1,200 is not the right number, but it's a few hundred people that were bitching at me. It caused enough shit that the mods in there said, "Hey, you caused so much fucking chaos. Leave!" And kicked me out of that Silent Hill fan page. It probably didn't help that I've talked shit on them more than once on Games and Gamers, and some people probably listened. But you know what? That's okay. That was the toxic side of Silent Hill.
Yeah. And again, one thing, also, I'm putting my foot down.
No.
This is going...
Whatever you're about to say will get cut out.
This is going to be the final episode.
Okay, yeah, this is a final episode that Silent Hill...
That Silent Hill is going to be talked about. If it is unrelated, if it is a Silent Hill episode, like we do Silent Hill 2, 3, 4, fine. If it is a game that is literally exactly like Silent Hill, like, very close, okay. But if it is anything other than that, we're not talking about Silent. The fact that it's been mentioned, and I'm pretty sure
not everyone.
Every single,
we went.
There's maybe 2 or 3.
We had a 3-episode thing where it didn't happen. It wasn't mentioned in Alien Isolation. It wasn't mentioned in Sea of Stars.
It was that I remember
it being mentioned in Sea of Stars.
I remember it being mentioned maybe once. I think I remember that.
I mean, it's our most controversial and popular episode. So
yeah,
we talked about. By the way, yeah. What is the media with you? I was sitting here so enamored by Christmas and our amazing Christmas tree that I went.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
That I went
the Christmas tree on the table myself. Here. Yeah, it looks great, man.
Thank you. All the other trees were dead or Minion had pissed on them, so I did the best I could.
Yeah, you know what? It looks great. It's perfect. One thing about what's in the media is, and one thing is I already said that I don't want, like, this is going to be a main topic because of the type of game it is Fortnite. Now, one thing is basically we just don't really talk about it. It's a live
pass. I feel there's something in there that's kind of neat. Not what you're talking about, but there's something in there that's kind of neat that I will let pass that I never expected to happen.
One thing is Fortnite has been extremely popular for the last 6 years, as I actually believe 5.5 years, 6 years in total, but 5.5 for Battle Royale. And 6 years ago, or 6.5 years ago, came out Save the World. Originally, it was Save the World, and it was a very fun game. Then came out Battle Royale. Save the World continued on for a little while, but eventually is basically just kind of dead. It's still going, but Battle Royale is the main focus entirely. But Save the World still does get stuff, and almost every other bundle has basically Save the World for free. Because, just as me, it's not free, but also, they basically just kind of give it to you if you buy certain bundles. But one interesting thing, recently, was before the new season, they had Fortnite OG. Fortnite OG brought back so many memories. It was incredibly fun, very simplistic in comparison to everything that's been going on with Fortnite. It was a very fun 4 weeks. It was very small. It kind of showed what the item shop was back then. Basically, to anyone who didn't understand what old Fortnite was like, people got to play it. So people would appreciate the new season more, the new stuff more, or realize, maybe this old stuff's better. But the one thing is a lot of people complained about how little there was in the shop. Some people complained about how little there was. Most people were happy, including I was, as there was over 100 million active players during the month of November. It was amazing. And now with the new stuff, they're going to be having it later down the year as a permanent game mode for people who prefer the simpler game. And I think that's super cool. I love that. One thing is I was hoping it would be permanent, and it's not just a mode that's random. It being its own permanent thing would be awesome. Another thing, though, is Fortnite revealed Chapter 5. Chapter 5, they already promised us was going to be big, and they've been implementing a lot of their big things for the last year now. Chapter 5 Fortnite, what I can tell you is that Fortnite is no longer a battle royale anymore. Fortnite is now going to end up being the closest thing we have to Ready Player One. The closest thing we will have to an expansive multiverse. And they have shown this to us. number one, if anyone's played Fortnite long enough or knows about Epic Games long enough, there's been a lot of collaborations between Fortnite and Rocket League in the last few bits. And Rocket League has been, it's a cool game, and they recently bought Fall Guys a while ago, and there's been talks of there being a Fortnite collab in Fall Guys for a long time. Now, Fortnite has a bunch of updates. With the new season, they announced 3 new game modes. Now, 2 of these modes are definitely going to be more fun than the other, but the other still has extremely cool properties as well. The first game mode that they showed was there's going to be Lego World. These Lego Worlds is basically, imagine Minecraft with a Lego skin on top of it. With with Fortnite characters. But what's something that's super cool is one of the creators of Minecraft, one of the creative chief officers, I believe that's the correct term for it. He worked on it. So we're already going to have an amazing game built along with Fortnite. And they revealed another game mode, which the next game mode is racing. It's not Rocket League, it's a racing game mode. But they use the Rocket League cars. But here's a super cool thing. Both Fortnite and Rocket League, you can unlock vehicles that you can use in the other. So let's say you unlock a vehicle in Rocket League, some of them could go to Fortnite. Let's say you unlock a vehicle in Fortnite, some of them go to Rocket League. Back and forth. They've kind of had this before, to where if you unlock a cosmetic in one, you get one in the other. They've done this twice now. Yeah, twice. But now, multiple events, but only twice where it actually did the transfer thing. But now this is going to be a thing to where you can do that. That's going to be a thing from now on. I don't know how many times overall, but they're going to add that. The next game mode, the next game mode, which I think is super cool, is it's going to be concert modes. Fortnite have done concerts in the past, but now they're going to be done more frequently, and you basically got a Guitar Hero mode that you can play with while you're watching and listening to the concerts. I imagine what it'll probably be is that the messing up won't mess up the music, the live event, but you might get XP or something based off of how well you do, which I could see that being a thing. So we're now going to get, which by the way, there's a bunch of bands. The first one's going to be The Weeknd, but Eminem might come back. Imagine Dragons is going to be there, Billie Eilish. There's a bunch of other I would have to go find the list. My brother sent the list of names, but there's a bunch of names there that are very big, and they're going to be there more common than before. So we might be getting more live events that they were talking about. Another thing is they also teased a collab with Fall Guys and one of their with the live event cinematic. So we may be getting a Fall Guys type mode and more collaborations between Fall Guys and Fortnite. A connection between them as well as there is going to be with Rocket League and Fortnite. And now even more so with Lego, which right now the only characters that will cross over is Fortnite Originals, but there's Lego Star Wars, Lego Batman, Lego Marvel. Eventually, maybe everything will cross over to that over time. They're not even done with all their Fortnite cosmetics, so it'll probably be a while. But Fortnite also in their cinematic, to give you an explanation of what it is that Battle Royale, as we've known it, has been a loop, a reality. The loop broke. It didn't just break, it shattered into a big bang. And there was the universe, there was this time, this rift, this universe, right, of Battle Royale. And whenever they took off, it showed hundreds of universes, and we got to see 3 of them. Basically, what I think Fortnite is implying is over the next few years, I don't think it'll be within 1 year, I think it'll be 2 or 3, Fortnite will slowly become a metaverse. I don't think Fortnite's going to be a battle royale anymore. I think Fortnite wants to go up and beyond and have everything. They don't want every IP. They're going to want every game. And I think that is insane. And I'm wondering what it's going to look like in the next 5 years. 5 years. Yeah, let's say 5 years. So year 10, Fortnite, what in the world is that going to look like? So 4 years. 4 years, because it's 6 years. So 4 years, what is Fortnite going to look like? And I'm very curious.
That sounds like they're becoming Disney, and they just want to take over everything.
Yeah. yes, but they're doing
I shall
it's
not
really
stand for this, true gamers out there. I will go alone and fight against the chaos that is indeed Fortnite. For you see, they have brought nothing but heinous gamers into our world, and they shall only understand that nothing is good. And I shall even use danger as a Fortnite gamer later, actually, in this, because we're going to bring it up. Thank you for bringing it up, because we're actually, I know something you're going to say, and I have a whole fucking rebuttal. I know some of the things you're going to say. Anyway, that is cool. I do like the idea of Fortnite is no longer becoming a game, it's becoming a brand. That's what sounds like Fortnite's entirely doing. It's Fortnite Battle Royale, Fortnite concerts, Fortnite racing. It's not...
Yeah.
And I hope people out there that don't know this, I'm not a fan of Fortnite, not because it's a bad game. One, I don't like Battle Royales, for one. They're very tedious and very monotonous because
you have to enjoy it. You have to enjoy it to that type of stuff. Because I enjoy Battle Royales. I tried the My Hero Academia one. I had fun with that. I tried Apex. Nah, I didn't really like Apex or Warzone. They're not Warzone. Definitely not Warzone. But like Battle Royales that I've tried are fun, and Fortnite I've had a lot of fun with over the years.
Don't even think. You may like Don't Even Think. It's a horror one. But I don't like Fortnite. Not because of the game. I've played Fortnite once. Won my only game. It's like, you know what? I played it. I beat it. Good enough for me. I don't like some of the fan base that's along with it. It's because of that fucking meme. It's the guy from Fortnite.
Yeah.
Right now I don't do it as fervently as I once did because my schedule has shifted, but I used to work with kids. I've worked with kids over the past decade. Fortnite is big, and I absolutely hate, loathe, abhor, so much disdain whenever I'm watching freaking, like, what was it? It was Dragon Ball Z. I was watching Dragon Ball Z, getting prepared for another anime, another podcast. If I say another anime, I'll be in. An anime podcast.
An anime will be in? Yeah, just oh yeah, I've voiced several characters.
I've worked with kids for a long time, and it's unfortunately grown the stigma of, I'll watch Dragon Ball Z, it's the guy from Fortnite! And that has pissed me off. Like, it legitimately pisses me off. And these are children or teenagers. Neither one of them are smart in any capacity. Look at Danger. He's a teenager.
Hey.
You're a high-end teenager, but you're still a teenager. And you prove my point in this thing. But
yeah.
but it's it irks me that they don't understand there's more outside of that little bit, and they refuse to realize, oh, this is it. They try and watch Dragon Ball Z. Well, this is dumb. Where's Goku's gun? Oh, this is dumb. Isaac Clarke doesn't do the Dougie. Kratos doesn't do the fucking wave. God, I don't want anything to do with this, and it pisses me off.
I will say one thing that I think Fortnite does, which is the coolest thing ever, is also where its downfall is. That cosmetics, originally when they did collabs, they were just cosmetics. They weren't like story things. They were just outfits for characters. But over time, they ended up making things canon. Batman meeting Iron Man in Fortnite, canon, legally, literally canon. Goku fighting along with Naruto and John Wick, canon by legal, like, it's all real. It's canon,
cool.
And their story.
Danger. Let me go to my media. We're about
cool.
30 minutes in.
Okay, all right. Yeah,
I'm not trying to cut you off. It's cool. The idea,
it's cool.
The idea of it's cool.
It's all 50-50. It's all It's cool. It's super cool concept, but the problem is it's free. It's free for you to look at, free for you to view, free for you to play. And gaming has gotten really expensive recently. So the problem is with gaming being so expensive,
games are expensive.
Guess what game you're able to play that has almost everything, that are adding more things. It's free. Like that, Fortnite's going to be the thing everyone later on plays because it's there. It's for you to go to. You can't buy the next game. Guess what? They're doing an event. Oh, you can't buy a new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game. You can't do that. Guess what? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is coming to Fortnite. Like it's there for you. So it's there. I mean, they found the formula. They got to it. Yeah, so they're
But my media right now has not been super massive. I have dialed it to 3 games right now, getting ready to decide my absolute favorite game of the year. I am whittling it down, my games of the year.
Yeah, we're doing that this January 1st?
That episode will be up on January 1st.
Okay, so we're doing that. Okay, so we're doing it by the time, probably when you get back from your trip?
Probably, or if we have time, we'll do it before I leave, and I'll work on it while I'm down there.
Alrighty, we'll figure it out.
But, so 3 games right now I have tied for my game of the year are Final Fantasy 16, Alan Wake 2, and Dead Space Remake. I'm looking through all 3 of them again. I'm playing through all 3 of them again to try to decide which one is my absolute game of the year. And I also read a book. Danger, do you know what book I read?
Probably about Dead Space.
Wrong.
Alan Wake?
Wrong. You're in the same world-esque. It's video game based, but it's not video game based.
Is it like a not an audio book?
No.
Or maybe it is. Is it like
This book came out in like I think the 80s.
Oh, was I just imagine how funny would it be if you took a like a record and you put it on and you played it because like it's an audiobook but it's on a record.
I read the book Parasite Eve.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah, I did. Yeah, it did have that in the credits. I remember seeing that. I was like, "Huh, that's interesting."
So, for those that don't know, our game this week, over the next 2 weeks, is Parasite Eve. One of my personal favorite. I will probably put a top 5 PS1 games right off the top of my head. If anything, it's probably top 3 behind like Final Fantasy 9 and 7, with Parasite Eve being there. So, Parasite Eve, and fun fact about it, it is a direct sequel to a book by the same name. And it even gets talked about in the game. You probably didn't know that.
It did. So one thing is the story that's talking about what happened beforehand. Is that the book? Got it. Okay. I assume that
Maeda talks about.
Yeah, like that's the book. I was thinking about because I remember there's this older story that this happened here, and it said it's based off a book, and I'm thinking, is this story the book or is it that? Because this was back.
It's weird. The book is so
fucking
fucking weird. No, the book
okay,
is weird. I'm not gonna go into spoiler territory. You can go get it on Google ebooks for $10. That's where I got it. Otherwise, you're paying $300 for a physical copy.
No.
But
who would ever spend $300 on something for a video game? That'd be ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. As you look up for it, you don't know where it is.
No,
why do you not know
I'm
where it is?
looking at like 300, probably like few $1,000s worth of consoles that are lining my shit.
I was talking about specifically the video game, but I was like, you're like looking around, I'm like, why do you not know where that game is? So I say, like, you should have that like in a suitcase. Like,
I know where it is at all times. It's sitting on my desk. But yeah, so we're playing Parasite Eve. It was released in 1998 for the PlayStation 1. Back amidst whenever Resident Evil started taking the world by storm, Dino Crisis did too. SquareSoft, at the time SquareSoft, now known as Square Enix, whenever they merged with Enix, decided they wanted to throw their hat into the horror ring. And Parasite Eve is their SquareSoft's baby with horror. And I want to say right now, before we actually get into it, I say this game's ahead of its time. I truly say the game is ahead of its time.
What year did it come out?
98. March 29th, 1998.
Okay, I'll let it have that. I'm thinking about like the games that came out around then. I'm thinking about then. I'm like, I'll let it have it.
I'm gonna argue up until probably the early 2010s, it was ahead of its time for this kind of game itself, because later games actually use the formula of this game to how they did stuff.
Yeah, the game was definitely enjoyable. It didn't feel like I was playing a super old game.
No.
To be fair, it's not that old, but
years.
Yes, it's still
25 years. It's older than me.
Yeah,
and I'm the old one out of the both of us.
Gosh, yeah, it's like, yeah, but I mean, I feel like it definitely did run like good. Like I pretty much almost had no. Now, to be fair, I was playing on an emulator, but even that, there was like almost no problems with the game whatsoever.
My
Like
biggest issue was
functioning wise.
my biggest issue is sometimes my poor little laptop would lag, and I showed Danger one time, and the fucking lag went from like, "Hey, everybody," but I love the game. It's done very well. I really think it's a game ahead of its time by about 15 years. At least gameplay, I will say. Story-wise is nothing to sneeze at, but the gameplay has definitely been used in later games.
I will say, if you take the game and throw the game, not everything else, just the base of the game itself, and throw like a pretty skin on top of it, you could definitely sell it now. Mm-hmm. You could definitely do that. Yeah, because you could easily take the skull of it, throw Parasite Eve remake, sell it right now as is.
Oh
with
my
just a
god!
new skin
Do you have any idea how much fucking money Square Enix would make this game? Square Enix games that wanted to get remade. 7 was number 1, and I believe this was number 3 behind Chrono Trigger.
I do think. Here's the thing. I could totally see them remaking all those. Problem is I don't think they're going to do it until 7 is done. I think 7 is...
Oh, absolutely. Actually...
Maybe. Problem is I feel like 7's their priority right now. Which, the fact that they made 1, now they're making 2 more, and then they're going to make more afterwards. I think while the hype's on Final Fantasy, I don't know if they would do either Chrono Trigger or Parasite Eve until... later.
Okay, if you go on Final Fantasy, yes, because a Final Fantasy 9 remake has been announced. It's been talked about, and it's not like 7 remake, but it's like Resident Evil 2 remake level of Final Fantasy 9 remake.
Yeah.
So I'm down for 9's my personal favorite Final Fantasy game.
Yeah, but I'm saying they're going from Final Fantasy to Final Fantasy.
I know. That's why I was saying is if it was Final Fantasy to Final Fantasy, yes. But Chrono Trigger, I guarantee you, if either one of these could be released, it would get a hell of a lot of traction.
Yeah, but of course. But I feel like the problem is because they have like Final Fantasy going. This is like their whole like push. I think all of those are set at a later date whenever these remakes are already out and done.
Oh, and you
because 7's going to be 7's doing 2 more discs, and then next one's going to be 3 more. So again, they're still doing all that right now. Now they're doing 9. They already have their hands full right now. Once 7's done or 9's done, whichever one's done first, then we could see, they could see developments of.
And who knows, they could be going on in the background, like Silent Hills.
It could be going on right now.
Will work quietly.
Alrighty.
So, Parasite Eve. It takes place in New York City in 1997 on December 24th. Day before Christmas. That's why we're doing this. Is our Christmas episode. Parasite Eve is a Christmas game.
Yep.
So
even though there's like maybe a handful of mentions about Christmas, but yes,
it's mentioned,
and like maybe 3 Christmas trees.
More than 3, but. So Parasite Eve starts off. I'll say right now for 1998, the cutscenes look really good. It's like how Silent Hill did when they did their cinematic cutscenes, because that right now is the oldest game we've played on Games and Gamers. That's why I'm not going to sit here and compare it, but I'm going to compare it to it just because these are the 2 oldest games we've actually played on the series on Games and Gamers right now, and those cinematics look good.
Yeah. Like, I enjoyed how they looked. I thought it was cool.
And the opening bit of it is really cool. So game starts as a limousine pulls up to an opera house. I can't remember the name of the opera. The Carnegie Hall. That's what it is. It's Carnegie Hall. And you get out, and your character gets out of the car. Aya Brea. She is on a date. She is on a date on Christmas Eve with a man who she doesn't want to date. And it's kind of made very obvious because he's like, oh, come on, you're going to have fun. Let's go in. Come on. And she's like, oh, okay, let's go. So go to the opera house for their date. They go in.
His name is literally, in the game, his name is just unnamed date.
Yeah.
It's just unnamed.
I mean, he plays no important role in any capacity. Can you blame the game? It's like it's like Polar Express. Did you know none of the characters are named in Polar Express?
So funny.
So, anyway. You go inside, and they're watching a play. I cannot tell you what play they're watching. It could be some Parasite Eve original one. But they're watching
it's an opera.
Yeah, it's an opera. It's a play opera, but yeah. So you're watching everything on stage, and this guy is professing his love to professing his love about the king's daughter to the king, and he's like, no, anybody who falls in love with her will die. And so the character Melissa, I was like, hey, if she's gonna die, kill me too. It's like a Romeo and Juliet situation. World stops, and Melissa, the main woman of the play, starts singing. As the first actual cutscene, like another cutscene starts playing. This is where you kind of see it. It looks wonky nowadays, but 1998, that looks great. She starts singing, and as she starts singing, she catches eyes with your character Aya. They stare at each other for a minute, and then boom, someone on the stage catches fire. Boom, another person on the stage catches fire, and soon all people on the stage are caught on fire. Melissa keeps singing. And as she's singing, people all in the room, the theater room, start catching fire, running out. And those that survive are good, but those that are in the room are fucking burning. Like a man falls from the roof, falls from the second story, just screaming and burning to hell. Then you start the game, you're out of the cutscene. Aya's like, all right, I'm NYPD. Everybody calm down. I'll take care of this. Her date's like, hey, we gotta get out of here, bitch. No, we don't. And she fucking shoulder shoves him. Just sends him fucking flying
across the screen. Here's the thing. Super funny thing, right? It was another after another after another. First thing, this woman just got told that she was gonna get killed. She said like, "Oh, Prince," starts singing after she just got sentenced to death and like
Danger,
right in front of him.
Okay, that's the issue that I have with musicals. As much as I love them, is they just randomly start.
So I was like, why? And I just started laughing at that. Then everything broke loose. I laughed at that.
Fucking
and
psycho.
She starts thinking. Everything goes right. It's just people are like just flying through the air. I'm like, what is? And it's the older graphics. The older graphics is what did it for me. It's just like these like models of like Play-Doh going around. It was so because they're burning, so there's not like super much detail on it because of the fire. So yeah, they're just running around. And she's like, get out of here. Like text stops, animation plays, and just launches him across the screen, and then goes back. It was a thing after a thing after a thing, and it was so funny.
It is.
Gosh.
Funny.
There's many of these bits where I laughed at it. It was so funny.
So she runs up on stage and is like, NYPD, stop what you're doing. The character on stage, Melissa, I've said her name, Melissa is like, oh, you aren't burning? Weird. Okay. We'll see how this goes. Aya pulls out her gun, shoots her. As soon as she shoots her, Aya starts feeling hot. Like her body's trying to burn. It's just getting really warm. And though Melissa's like, oh, okay, you don't burn. Let's have some fun then. And so the two of them go into a fight. And this is where I think the game's ahead of its time. Is the combat in this game. Danger's going to say something. But the combat in this game in 1998 has been used multiple times since then. So the game is an action RPG. It's not turn-based, it's action. Your character almost like MMO based. Your character runs around, she gets her ATB gauge, and then she can attack using whatever she has. She uses a gun or a baton. And we're going to get into more of the combat itself in a little bit. But it allows you to dodge enemy attacks, because the game's very easy to dodge enemy attacks if you know what you're doing. It's an older style game that you can play very strategic. You can play the game without getting hit if you know what you're doing. So
you have to really know.
Yeah.
You have to I didn't start getting for basic enemies, I didn't start getting really good towards near the end of the game. Mm-hmm. So but you have to watch all their patterns. But you could entirely do it. That's what annoys me the most is I know I could do it. And it kind of annoyed me in parts later in the game.
That's the issue I have with Dark Souls games. I could eventually do that.
How much time do I want to invest in learning how to do it is the thing.
Danger's going to sit there with 45 fucking runs on Parasite Eve.
No, I will say I did think about playing it once or twice more, maybe during a live stream, just play the game and try to speedrun it for fun.
No,
but I was like,
good luck with that.
Just try to beat it again.
So
there's a problem with the games, but we'll get to it later.
I'm not gonna even pretend the game's a perfect game. It is a good game, especially because you look at it for its time. It's a really good game. Nowadays, it's not. It's aged, definitely. But it's still a good enough game that I think, I'll say right now, people should play it. If they have the ability to, play it.
If you will get once we get more into it,
I'm
we'll get
spoiling.
more into it. Yeah, he's spoiling it to say that you should play it. I'm gonna say you should play it and then
If
we'll
you
continue.
can play it, if you have the ability to play it, don't go out of your way. This game's
Then
fucking expensive.
there's more of an if to that. There's more of an if to
Anyway,
if you can.
So
if you can play it, there's another if afterwards.
So anyway,
if and.
So after you shoot her, beat her in this quote unquote boss fight, the first bit of things, she's like, "All right, you haven't awoken yet. I'm out of here." And Melissa just lifts up and flies off the stage. And imagine it's like a fucking cartoon. Ooh. You know what I'm talking about? She just kind of oodles off the stage. You go you go backstage. You see a hole in the ground. As you're about to hop in, you hear police sirens show up, and it lets you know, hey, Aya's like, okay, backup has arrived. If you go out and talk to him, you have a paramedic that will heal you, and you have a cop that'll give you about maybe 50 bullets, 45, 50 bullets.
He gives you quite a bit of bullets. Yeah, he gives you a bigger number.
Yeah, it's
he gives you a number that should set you for the rest of the down area.
It gives you enough that if you know what you're doing, should make you last the rest of the game. If you know how to use it.
If you know what you're doing, yeah. Then I mean, if you, yeah, okay. I will say because there's things you can do, yeah, and also rewards after a fight, yeah.
Yeah, that's what you get that right there. You get about 60. Because I want to say last time I played it, I ended up with 66 bullets before I went down and fought again. So when you drop on down, you start exploring. As soon as you drop on down, you see a little girl in a blue dress. What are they called? Gown.
I know what you're talking.
Hospital gown. So you in a little blue hospital gown. Aya looks at her. Hey, you're not supposed to be here. And the little girl goes, tee-hee-hee, and runs off. And then Aya's like, wait a minute. You're not supposed to be here. Runs after her, and then you're now going into more of the actual game. She walks into this hallway filled with all sorts of doors. She see, here's a door here. There's a door there. She walks into a little bit. You hear a squeak of a rat. And this is where I want to say the horror. Can you imagine? Because this is the first time a game like this was released with this kind of horror. Body horror. And you see this little rat sit there and like squeaks, and then it does a fucking monster growl, like the typical generic monster growl you hear in any monster movie. You hear it echoing from the thing, and you see its little genetic cells start getting fucked with, and it starts to mutate. Its mouth like rips off the bone, it stretches out, its eyeball like tears out of itself and just rips further down. It is honestly gross.
Yeah.
And then
I will say this is where that game does it really well with like the horror of it, and even where it was points to where it was just pixels, the thought of what it was immense. So it's not a horror game in the sense of what I say nowadays a horror game would be marked as. But at the time, like definitely, while I'm sure stories existed, there weren't really many visuals in a sense. And in the video game world, I don't really know much at all before that, to where there was a super horrifying, super graphic, super dark video game. Not that I can think of.
Resident Evil.
Well, Resident Evil, yes, but that's a very common. I don't know about Clock Tower, but Resident Evil is a very common throw-in title, of course. But I mean, other than that, than Resident Evil, there is
Alone in the Dark 2.
You said Clock Tower, but what?
Alone in the Dark.
Okay, so there's three. So there's 3 games
out there. There's a lot of games out there, horror games, but this one here was its first RPG horror game.
Once we get later in the game, there is a concept I want to talk about that I think is super, like, what I thought was, this is horrible. This is awesome. Like once we get in, I'll talk about it more. So, we got to get to it, but there's so much I want to talk about.
So then this is your first normal enemy in the game. These are just rats, mutant rats. You fight this thing. It's fucking ugly. It's like chimera level of ugly. It's just awful. You kill it, and you're free to explore to your heart's content in what you're able to explore. And this is where the game has like survival horror aspect to it, because you want to play this game smart by conserving ammo when possible. You have medicine 1, 2, 3, and 4 that, as you collect it, will heal you more, but you also have limited inventory space. So it's a combination RPG survival horror. It's a survival horror RPG. So go into one of the rooms. There's a clown in there. And he's like, "Oh, take the stuff." And he, no, oh, it's NYPD. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, okay, I'll get the fuck out of here. Bye. Runs
This
out
was
of the
another
room.
thing where this was another thing where I broke. I just run and pull a gun, and there's a clown. It's just,
No,
that
he runs
that
out.
got me.
He runs out. You hear a bloody scream, and you leave there. And I'm gonna say, I'm saying this the way I am right now, because you could have seen it prior, but I don't know how many people would have actually seen it prior. But you leave the room. You hear the after he leaves the room. You hear the bloody scream, the generic scream that's out there. I hope it picked up for Danger, because I heard he laughed at that.
Half of it picked up.
He's like, oh, that's a generic. That's a generic scream, but it is a generic scream. You go out and you see the charred body. His body is red and just like, This is why I like this game, is I could only imagine this nowadays. That's horrifying back in the 90s. Nothing was to that degree that you literally see the burnt body there. And you can see him throughout the game. And some of them are still alive. The amount I have been burnt, 2nd degree burned, where my fucking, I don't know how I didn't get a scar from it. This is an actual true story. From about here, middle of my hand, up to my shoulder was burnt. Like literally burnt to the point if I was in the sun for literally 2 minutes, my entire arm would become a blister. I can only imagine how bad it would be if the whole body was charred and you're still alive.
Dude. And I've mentioned this before. I don't know if I ever mentioned it on Games and Gamers, but I think a horror setting that'd be perfect. On what Markiplier said was, think about how long it takes for meat to cook. Mm-hmm. How long does it take for meat to be finished? It takes a long time for it to go from raw to cooked. And so getting burned alive is one of the worst things. Because it's not quick. It is not quick. It is long, painful, and the pain will only grow until your body can't feel anything anymore because it's dead. Like it's horrible.
And that's
it's horrifying.
And that's why
this was one of the things I was like, oh shit. Like, dude, when you go up to bodies, everyone's dead. When you go to a body and they're making noise
and it's alive, and
there was one down there that like they said, so they were like what you were like, take this, and dude just like Brea being like, I'll get help, like let me try to help you. I'm just like, there's nothing you can do. There is not. They are dead.
That's why I love this game.
They are beyond the point of they're going to die.
This game took a lot of liberties, especially for being 1998. It really tried to do something a whole lot different, and I love why the fact that this game did do it like that. So, anyway, you explore a little more, you find some more enemies, you fight birds, you fight more of the rats. Rats also shoot fire. That's a big important point. Rats shoot fire. That's how the mutation works in this game. Shit happens. You enter one of the rooms, and you find a notebook. In this notebook it's a diary. Melissa's diary. She's like, okay, I'm going to audition for this part in this play. I'm going to get it. But I got to take my medicine. It'll help me out. It'll help me make sure I don't get sick. So whenever it goes down, it'll be fine. So it's basically day by day. I got the part. I need to take more medicine so I can get prepared for this part. And she says, okay. I also got asked to go do a Christmas concert on Christmas night in Central Park. I got to make sure I have enough medicine. And that's kind of the whole thing. She's just talking more and more. And as days go on, getting closer to the recital day, remember, it's Christmas Eve at this point. She says, my body feels hot whenever I take the medicine, but I cannot worry about that. I need to take my medicine so I will be in pristine condition and not get sick. I cannot remember right offhand the disease she has, but we're going to talk about that later. So basically, that's it. As she starts feeling hot, she starts feeling weird. End of the thing. Go to another room, you find the save point. The save system in this one's kind of cool, is you just phone in, it's like, hey, NYPD, what's up? Okay, bye. just hangs up the phone. That's the save system. And you also grab key, allowing you to go further in. Go a little further in, and you see Melissa in the back of the room playing a piano. Just literally playing some, like, horrifying, melancholic piano thing. She walks in and is like, you know what? You are going to throw away what's wrong with... You're going to throw everything away. You are wrong for that. She slams down on the thing. Let me show you what can actually be done. She slams down on the piano, breaks it, and she begins to mutate, stretch her arms out, big, red, spindly, grows a big old fucking tusk thing out from underneath her, and she looks like a fucking anime villain from the 1940s. It's like a Power Rangers villain. That's what she looks like. She looks like a Power Rangers
He does.
villain.
Yep. Yeah. Power straight up looks like a Power Rangers villain. Yep. There it is. I will say though, one thing since the very beginning of the game was talking about how like it's dormant within you. It has like I need to wait for you to awaken. And she's like, "What are you talking about awakening?" She was like you'll know in time. You know, kind of hooking you along. You don't know. You're the player. You don't know. Brea's the new character. She doesn't know. Nobody knows. But you'll know over time, which you do. You do end up learning about it. But
yeah, he wants you to awaken and understand your full potential, which is absolutely 20 minutes into the game, you have no fucking clue what she means.
Yeah.
So you beat her again. She kind of has the same moveset. She just floats around a little more. Beat her again, and she's like, "Okay, you're gonna squander it. I'm getting out of here." And then she drops down another hole. In very much horror game fashion, you gotta go down another hole into the sewer.
Dark, deep down. Nope.
So hop into the sewer. You start running along. You see the little blonde girl yet again, and she sees us like, "Hey, wait a minute!" She runs off into a room, and as soon as you fall into another tunnel, I guess a passage, follow her into the passage. You fight some more enemies. You fight giant frogs in there now, which was I fucking hate the frogs. They're so fucking stupid looking.
Yeah, they have two legs.
They have two legs and a forked tongue.
Their stomach is now just all their mouth. Their whole body is their mouth now. They're only got two legs, and then their
imagine it's two eyeballs that are still the exact same size.
Oh my! It's just blind. It's just
it's not blind. It's just like super. It's like super because frogs' eyes
just
are really
literally
good. Frogs' eyes are really good. So I'm imagining it's still super small ones. It's like ding ding. So
almost can't see it.
So you go in following behind. You go kind of where you think she's going, but also where Melissa may be going, who's now called herself Eve at this point. She's also talking about mitochondria. Your mitochondria is not ready. Danger already talked about that. So following a little more into the sewer, you enter another passage of the sewer, and Eve's there, and this is where she starts talking about your mitochondria is not ready. You would think you're ready to challenge me, but you're not. Your mitochondria tells me otherwise. So I'm a bounce. Good luck. If you think you can beat me, good luck, but I hope your mitochondria awakens inside of you and you come to your senses. And then another cutscene, she goes over to a grate, like the iron bars, and kind of like oodles her way in, becomes slime, and through the thing, and she's just off on her own. And then you have your first actual boss immediately after.
Nope. Don't like it. Don't like it. I see water, I'm just like, nope. And then I see something move in the water, I'm just like, nope again. Nope.
So through the water, you begin to see some things moving, and out of the water rises a Tyranitar.
Nope. Oh, yes. Yes,
Yes,
but nope to it.
It's basically a sewer gator that mutates and becomes a fucking Pokemon. That's what the entire comparison. Yeah. It's really cool looking. The enemy design in this game, top notch. Oh yeah, it's so every fucking cool.
I mentioned that multiple times while playing is that like there's a bunch of cool enemies in the game. There's quite a bit. Like it was super fun.
The monkeys were cool.
Monkeys.
You never realized which ones the monkey were. Great. So you fight this thing. It's also the thing that tells you enemies can have two targets. Take out one target makes it weaker, so you can take out the big target. You're also leveling up as you fight. You gain experience and level up. This is RPG fashion.
Mm-hmm.
You can learn. You get a move called Sense. It allows you to tell HP and enemies' weakness and stuff like that. Which playing through again with a new game with an uber powerful gun, you can realize some enemies have, since you don't start the game. Did you know the crocodile thing? Whatever the fuck you called them, alligator, bear, lizard, frog, fish thing, whatever you call
it. Oh yeah, it was like alligator, frog, bear. Hold on, what was it? Yeah. It was something funny. It was like alligator, frog, fish, fuck or something.
Yeah, did you know he is susceptible to tranquilizing?
Didn't know that.
So this last...
You want to know something else? You want to know why I didn't know? Because anytime I used the scan, it never worked. I think maybe one thing ever the scan worked. Anytime I ever used the scan on anything else,
it never what I found out is it only tells you, it only tells you if you have the ability to do something with it. So
interesting.
This gun I had tranquilizer.
Never got to use it. Ever.
This first gun, my ultimate gun, had tranquilizer on it. So I was like, this is susceptible to tranquilizer. It just puts them it freezes them in place. So I shot him this most recent one with an uber powerful fucking gun. You saw my stats. I've played through this game 8 times.
Yeah. Does it just stack? Just like it just rebirths multiple, just over and over. Just you can play the game 10 times over. You're just one shotting everything.
Your always starts out at level 1. And you can just keep stacking in the BP.
Ultimax, that's insane.
Yup. So
that is insane.
That's why I could fire 7 rounds. They were each shotgun blasts, and they were tranquilizers. So anyway, beat this thing, kill Dino Gator, make your way out, and as soon as you make your way out, Aya's like kind of just flabbergasted, like, what the fuck happened? She walks out and she is met by a news crew. It's like, oh my god, this is the last survivor. Hey, you lady, tell us what's going on. Why did everybody burn? Bitch, tell us. And so she's like, hey, I don't know anything that's going on. I genuinely don't know NYPD. You're NYPD, tell us more. And then from over the side, you just hear a...
Here comes the goat.
You just hear...
Here comes the man himself.
You hear a gentle step of... Dink. It's old 1998 RPG. Oh, 1998 to step. And then he's like, and then you see your character, a man join in the picture. And you just hear he just waves his hand back and punches the man with the generic.
Oh! Look, it's so funny. I gotta go. I have to go watch that again. I'm still here, but I gotta watch. So I can't because I'm using... yeah, whatever. It's fine. I'll do it in a minute. I'm going to sign it through Discord, actual Discord and Opera because it's screwing me over.
Aya's like, Daniel, why did you do that? You know, you have one camera goes like, hey, buddy, why the fuck did you do that? Aya, we got to get out of here now. And then it's kind of, he runs like, no questions. It cuts to them in the car. And he's like, hey, so I heard about your date. He ran off like a wuss, didn't he? Why the opera? And she doesn't know. And they just can't really talk about it. It's like, what happened? I don't know. I genuinely don't know what's going on. I don't know any explanation. So, then it cuts to looking at New York City. Looking at New York City. And I like the way the map looks in this game. It's very cool. It's very... Like, the game's very much ahead of its time because of how you do stuff. We're going to get into the map in a minute. But Aya's like, so this is... Christmas Eve, like the worst Christmas Eve ever. People died. Others are going to forget about this night happening. But I know for a fact I will never forget. I don't want this to happen again. And then, boom, cut to the NYPD. Aya's getting talked to by Baker. Not Baker. Was it Baker? It was Baker.
I think it was Baker. Baker sounds familiar, yeah.
It is Baker. I'm 97%. Oh, Douglas Baker. And also, this is day 2. Day 2. This is day 2 fusion. So, day 2. You are met by your chief, Douglas Baker. It was on Christmas, so Merry Christmas. The police attempt to suppress Eve's existence from the public. So, Baker is trying to say, hey, Aya, what happened? Explain to me. Chief, I don't know. I can't tell you what's going on. All she talked about was mitochondria. Mito, what? I don't know what mito is. Anyway, shit's gonna go down. You need to get yourself a better gun. Whatever's gonna happen, you're gonna need a better gun because your gun apparently didn't work. So go get yourself a better gun. Take this mod permit, go down to Torres and Wayne. And so you get a mod permit and go on down to meet some of your weapon cache people. And the weapons in this game I really like. This is one of the things that Danger tried. I'll let Danger talk about it more in depth on his side of it. But the way that the weapons in this game work, I think is very, very good. So you can have a normal pistol because they give you you get a rifle from Torres and you get a mod permit. Mod permits allow you to add buffs. Like I said, the +7 shotgun shells and tranquilizer. It allows you to add buffs to it, so more shots. Guns typically have 2 shots, so you have your attack. Your turn could be 2 attacks, or your turn could be 3 attacks. Or I don't know how I found this. I just happened upon it. Not even lying. I happened upon a gun with 7 shots per turn.
Probably an SMG.
No.
If I was to take a guess, SMGs are like that, so I imagine...
If it was, I don't know. I just opened up a chest, and boom, 7th. Like, Jesus Christ!
It might be RNG based potentially, depending on depending on how far you are in the game, and also I imagine this was like on an EX thing, or did you find this in base normal game?
Base normal game.
It wasn't an EX one.
No, no.
Okay, then my guess is it's an SMG. It has to be an SMG because they shoot like that and they don't do too much damage. So I bet you could take that from an SMG and throw it onto a stronger gun.
Probably,
then
because my gun went from doing about like 90 damage at that point. I know how to grind in this game. It's annoying, but it grows very well.
It is annoying, and that is another thing that as we go along I'll talk about. That's one of my complaints.
It's RPG. It has these elements, so this doesn't bother me too much. It's just you can always
it's not too much.
You can tell when they're gonna happen. So it's like, man, I really
There's so many times where I'm like, oh, I just walk in the room and just right as it happens, I'm just like, yep, there it is.
Like, you know,
walk in this room.
You open the door. So anyway, the way that the way the guns work in this game and leveling 2 is you have things known as BP. BP for you can use 100 points that allow you to buff something up. Buff your attack up by 1. Buff your defense up by 1. Buff the rate of speed at which your ATB gauge fills up. Whereas defense on things by 1. Or you can go to guns. Clip rate, the clip size, damage per gun, crit chance. If you're on armor, crit evasion, defense, all that stuff. And you can start moving buffs to it. It allows for multiple different ways to play this game because you'll go grab this gun. First time through, I want to say I had, I showed you one of them. The 2 pictures I sent you were from 2 different playthroughs. I ended up finding that 7 times one on my other playthrough on an EX mode, but the initial one, that's why I sent it to you, that's an uber powerful one, but my initial one was not. The first one I sent you was 7 AoE with freeze. My other one was 7 AoE shotgun with tranquilizer. Anyway, so I like the way you can customize your weapons in this game. It's very in-depth. It's very
I found it out too late, but yes, it is very cool though. There's a lot of customizations you can do and kind of build your own gun.
Yeah, and that's another reason I love this game so much is every game can be different. You think a pistol could be good. A pistol's fine, but then you get a rifle. But a rifle doesn't shoot as hard as a shotgun. We're not going to go with the buffs like the 7 times because I stole it. No, it may have been an SMG. I don't remember what it was. It was.
I think it was. I think it was because SMGs were the ones that had
fucking shotgun with a chain.
Shotgun so times.
I only got 24 magazine rounds left of this 2-round shotgun.
I got 47 rounds left in this 2-round magazine.
Yeah, something like that.
I love. Yeah. Alakablam! There's no recoil out of that thing. You're gonna want to get.
So anyway, yeah, I love the weapon system. I love the upgrade system. It's very personal, and you can change the way you play every single time. Do you want to be a tank that can take any hit in the game? Go that route. You want to be a glass cannon that can one-shot everything? Go that route. You want to have you can also increase inventory space, item capacity. Very cool. Like, I love
the only 2 I ever upgraded was item capacity and the rate I can attack. So I was able to attack, and then literally by the time my attack was done, I was able to attack again. And even for weapons that like had slower like recharge, like I would use haste. I would use haste to speed up when I can use it, so I can kind of just spam moves.
Yeah.
And later in the game, at a certain point, it became very useful and very much needed.
And you also, one thing as you level up, you get parasite abilities. Yep. And that are full of all sorts of things. You can heal yourself. You can take poison off yourself. Slow the enemy. Sense the enemy. Speed yourself
Confuse
up.
the enemy.
All sorts of things you can do with this game.
You'd either speed up your attack rate or slow down their attack rate. You can. There's a bunch of cool stuff which you can mess with depending on how you play the game.
Yeah.
And you can... There let us once we get there, once we get to a certain point, I'll talk about all of the things because we get to a point where I could talk about it. But the problem is some of the things intertwine with things that happen later. So
yeah. So
I'll let you take over, and then whenever it gets to the point, that I'll talk about my.
One fun thing which we'll touch on now, but actually go into depth later, is really cool. So whenever you're sitting there talking, you enter this thing. Wayne's like, "Hey, babe, how's it going? You want a gun? You want a shotgun, rocket launcher, a saw rifle? You want a fucking tank? What do you want?" From the back, Torres walks in. "Hey, get the fuck out of here. You don't need to be messing with guns. Don't be handing them over. Until you're ready, you don't mess with guns." And I like the way they handle characters, because each one of the characters in this game, even the small characters, are handled very well, especially for something.
There was one, there is one character that was literally just literally had like maybe one or two texts, and I was like, that is so. Like we'll get to it.
I think I know exactly who you're talking about too.
If someone's watching this from my channel, because the playthrough should be all out by then. If not, that's coming out the day after. But anyone who's seen it probably already knows it. But there is one scene to where I got like devastated. I was like, nah. Every character in here is done well. Even the one-off characters, it doesn't feel unnecessary, and it doesn't feel like any character's taking up too much time or anything.
Exactly.
Like the story keeps moving. The story is progressing constantly, and anything you go out of your way to do,
this adds more depth to the world.
It adds more to the story. Yeah, I was gonna say you could keep on going. There is one point where it doesn't, but everything else kind of lets you go on through.
You get a little vibe of each of the characters.
Yeah.
So, anyway, you get your gun. You learn how to use tools. Tools are what allow you to move, set extra shots to things, or move. If you have a gun, let's say Danger here has a pistol that has +5 attack to it, +3 range to it. He's also increased range too. Whenever you attack, I forgot to bring this up, you have a little barrier come around you, but like a dodecahedron, something like that, almost like a golf ball around you. If you're within that range, you do normal damage. If it's outside that range, you either do like very, 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 say it with me now, very little damage, or you miss. And I watched Danger's first episode, and it pissed me off. Because here's the thing.
I didn't.
Here's the bubble. Here's the enemy. Man, why am I doing such little damage?
I didn't understand at first how literally close I had to be, because I was hitting them, and I didn't know that in this game there was like damage based off range. I didn't know that until a little bit later. I was like, oh, it is actually. I thought that range was for any like certain ability, or maybe it was like guaranteed crit. I didn't know it was something that would have far exceeded like too far more. I didn't know that until like the second or third episode.
Yeah, you had asked me, and so I said, yes, that matters. So, anyway, you come on back up. You go as soon as you're walking back up, off in the distance, because it's a police station through 2 layers. It's a very basic looking police station for what you can tell. Some areas are blocked off. You can't do a lot of exploring. You see some dogs, mess with them. Shiva, Kathy, talk to all of them. And
wait, are you talking about layers of the building?
Yeah, just the layers.
There's 4.
No, I know there are, but you can only see 2 right now.
Well, okay, yeah.
So,
yeah, but you know there's an upstairs. Like, the stairs are at the end. Yeah,
I know.
Yeah. All right, but yes, and at first, yes, we only interact with 2 of them.
So you go, as you're about to go talk to Baker again, you see a little boy standing off in the distance. He's wearing red, so you don't miss him. That's hilarious. He's wearing red, so you don't miss him. And you walk up to him, and he's like, hey, little boy.
Spider-Man.
Can I help you? And he just looks at you, he's like, And then you hear off in the distance, Daniel, what are you doing, boy? And then, not Daniel. What's the kid's name?
Wasn't it like Ben?
Ben! That is Ben. I had it backwards.
Yeah, I called him Spider-Man the whole time.
Like, Ben, what are you doing?
He's wearing black and red, and and his father's a cop, and I was like, oh my gosh, it's Spider-Man.
So
I mean, I did like the voices in like the beginning, but later on I was like, I'm gonna drop the voices. But yeah, I was like that's my son's Spider. Like we gotta go to the police station. My son Spider-Man's waiting there. We gotta go to the park. We gotta save my boy Spider-Man from blowing up.
you go talk to Ben, and Daniel's talking like, you talk to Ben, and Ben's like, Dad, I got tickets to the thing tonight. You're supposed to come with us. And Daniel's like, hey, no, I can't. I'll be working. And then it's revealed that him and his wife split up. And Ben's like, okay, fine. I love Mother better anyway. He runs off. And then, he's like, man, I try and do so much for this boy. He just doesn't understand how much I actually worked for him. You get it, right? Turning to Aya. No, not really. My mom died, but my dad was always there, too. And so Daniel's like, well, his mother is still alive. So he turned into Goku. You get to raise my boy for me. Which is kind of sad. I won't even lie. It is very sad that Daniel just has a hard time with it.
Yeah.
So then you go talk to Baker. After all that, Baker's like, okay, we're going to go talk to the press. Don't say anything. I will do the speaking. You don't say a word. You're going to get in a shit ton of trouble if you say a word. Then boom, they're in a press conference. Sitting there talking, and she's like, and people are like, hey, me, you there. How can I help you? How did IR survive? What happened in there? Is it terrorism? What happened to the chocolate pudding? What happened? All these just random questions, and one of them's like, okay, so how did she survive? And as Baker's about to answer, Aya's the lady, whoever said it, I'll assume it's a lady, is like, hey, I didn't ask you. I'm asking her. And Baker's like, hey, she doesn't want to talk right now. She's very confused. She's exhausted. She's exacerbated. She's just fucked up. People burnt alive in front of her. She doesn't know anything that's going on. And then she's like, my mitochondria is different. Your what? She walks up. Eve told me my mitochondria is different. And that mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. I made that joke too many times.
I made that joke too many times.
I'll watch your series.
There was mitochondria here. Okay, it was whenever I was clamp, like mitochondria. Like after he says mitochondria, I think every time I would say the powerhouse of the cell, and then continue whatever. I think it was. I only ever did it when I was the doctor.
You need to go listen to my series. Watch my series. Please go do it. Because every time mitochondria gets said, it's like, oh, mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Anyway, continuing back on this, I cut off entirely what I'm saying. Every time
you want to know something super funny? It's completely unrelated, and you can this if you want. But there was a TikTok where this guy was talking about there was three people, and they were talking two were talking about basic math things and things you learned at school, and this guy knew none of them, and they were the last one was like, do you know this? I don't know. Do you know this? I don't know. Yeah, he was like they were like, tell me, do you know what the mitochondria is? And the third guy was like, it's the powerhouse of the cell. They were like, oh, at least he knows. He doesn't know anything else, but at least he knows that.
It's a job
it was
interview,
unrelated.
I know what you're talking about.
Dude, what are the chances?
Oh, yeah. Welcome to the internet. Welcome to the internet. Have a look around. Anything that brain of yours can think of will be found. So.
Yeah, anyway, no, seriously, a lot of that's been happening recently.
So Aya's her name is Eve. She talked about my mitochondria being different, and mitochondria is wanting to come back. And so everybody's here. What? Do we need to be afraid? What's going on? And Baker's like, all right, enough, no more questions. Then it cuts to him in the office, bitching at her. You were not supposed to say shit. You did your one job wrong. And then, she's like, I'm sorry, sir. I had to tell the truth. It doesn't matter. Now there's mass hysteria. They don't know what fucking mito, whatever the thing you're talking about is. They don't know what you're talking about. And then, bring, 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 bring. Phone rings. Baker picks it up. And, hey, sir, his phone call is for you. He's some professor. Well, patch him in. And he's just sitting there talking about a... No, I fucked up on this. One of the guys in there is talking about reading about something in the newspaper about some doctor coming in and researching this stuff being in New York City. Then the phone rings.
Phone rings, and they're talking, and then the Officer Baker Sheriff Baker's talking with them, and he hangs. It was like, huh? It was like it was the doctor of like something on the phone. He's the doctor at the museum, but it was like there's a doctor on the phone. He's talking about Midas something. You want to know about Brea and Midas something, and there was like the mitochondria is like, oh yeah, that thing we were just talking about that. You mentioned it more than once. He said it. I've heard it 6 times, and I still don't know the mitochondria that we've said like 6 times.
They made the joke of it got learned in high school, but I really don't think mitochondria was as big of a meme as it was back then. After that, hangs up the phone, like mitochondria. Oh, that's right. His name is. He's at the place. He's at the museum.
The museum.
Baker, Aya, go check it out. Find out what you can learn. Learn what you can.
Baker's going? You mean Daniel?
No, Baker told Daniel to go.
You said Baker. Aya. You mean Daniel Aya?
Daniel and Aya. Yeah, I'm thinking
Daniel Aya go
later in the game. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Daniel and Aya go away.
So Aya and Daniel go in the car, and they're just kind of chatting about all this stuff. Like, man, I remember hearing about mitochondria when I was young, in high school. This is weird. What do you think Clamp knows? Do you know anything? Aya, speak to me. And then it also is revealed that she's a rookie. This is her first full year in this NYPD, and shit's already happening to her. So we make our way to the museum. We meet a little security guard. He's like, hey, what's going on? Can I help you? We're here to see the doctor. Oh, Dr. Clamp? Why? What do you do? He should be in his office right now. Is he in trouble? No, we just need to talk to him. Okay, well, I'll go let you in. Come on. Opens the gate, opens the door, and he's like, Daniel makes his way up. Hey, one of you needs to sign in over there. Who both of you come in? Why? Hey, it's just common courtesy. So Aya goes and signs it. You go in, meet Dr. Clamp. Go upstairs, go into his office, and you hear it in a perfect rhythm. It's actually a really good rhythm. I'm not even gonna lie. I first time I played it, I was reminded of what's his name from Phineas and Ferb. You know, I ain't got rhythm. That's what I'm just fucking going through my head. It's like, hey, Clamp, Clamp, Clamp. Yes, I can hear you. And he doesn't even turn away from it. He just kind of turns over his shoulder. I can hear you. So, Clamp, we need you to kind of explain some stuff to us. You're talking about mitochondria, shit like that. I'm going to have to rewind a little bit. Clamp is has a PhD. He doesn't like people. He came to New York City in this museum so he can kind of work on shit without the disruption of people. He hates people. I forgot about that part. He's very antisocial.
Yeah.
So there, you remember conversation bits better than I do to a T, better than I do. But basically, they're like talking mitochondria. Like, hey, I need you to explain mitochondria to us. Mitochondria, your feeble little brains won't. And he turns to Aya. You're the one who survived. Okay. Mitochondria. Mitochondria is an amazing thing in this body. It is what gives us life. It's what evolves to make us stronger. It's what could kill us if it wants to. Mitochondria is its own thing. So it's like a parasite? No. It's better than a parasite.
No, you have to do it correctly. You have to do Dr. Clamp correctly. Oh, so you're talking about it's a parasite. Parasite. The only thing about this is it was like the only time it is a big of mass power that takes over the cells, and like every other word he'd like to emphasize, just like the mitochondria is a powerful being that is known to take over the cells. It is the reason we continue to live. Like it was something along the lines of.
He goes a bit psychotic talking about mitochondria.
Yeah. It just anytime it was like the power of the cell. And just
Clamp goes psychotic talking about mitochondria, and eventually, I can't remember specifically what it was, but Aya says one wrong thing talking about Eve, and he's like, okay, I'm done. And
Y'all go.
And he turns back to the computer, and he just starts ignoring him, tappity typing away. So yeah, they piss him off, and they leave. Whenever I'm gonna have to pull this up. I have to pull this up. It's small little details. Day 2 fusion. Oh, that's right. I'm asking her. Dr. Hans Clamp, American Enemy, has learned about the thing, mitochondrial Eve. It's Eve. And this is where they also learn about I can't remember who it was, but it's telling them that Melissa was supposed to be performing in Central Park tonight. Melissa was Eve, so Eve is performing in Central Park tonight.
Here's another thing that we forgot. I even forgot about this. I thought this was like the second interaction. Aya recognizes Clamp. She remembers
that
him.
is right. Yeah, he sees.
I thought that was the second
I did
interaction,
too.
so I didn't
Yeah.
even bring it
So,
up. I thought that was the second one.
All right,
So yeah,
thank you for bringing that.
which would make sense that she recognized him the first time. I just remembered it as the second time. But yeah, she remembered Clamp, and Clamp seemed to recognize her. So immediately there's something going on.
I'm thinking of like the actual big reveal of that. That's what that was going through my
Yeah,
mind.
Thank
you for reminding me on that. So when she does see Clamp, she gets an image of a doctor, like a surgeon room, like an emergency room, and she's in a little gown. He kind of walks up, and see that's kind of all it is. Like, I know this man. Cut back to present. So anyway, go back to the police station. Then it's like, okay, yeah, by the way, Eve is going to be performing a musical tonight in Central Park. Go deal with her before she kills more people. So go on to Central Park.
And this is where this is where I think it was Lorraine, Ben and Lorraine.
Ben and Lorraine are going here.
It's like you're like at the park, like that's where they are. That's where and one thing that's so sad, like already, like it's still like one thing we get to see it like 2 or 3 times by the time they get there is he cares for Ben the most, obviously, but he still cares for Lorraine. Like things happen.
She split with him.
Yeah,
he
yeah.
I'm the opposite.
It's very.
I know how it feels.
It's very sad because he still wants to. He's still like the one that. She's still the one he had a kid with. She's still the one that he
still
married.
Cares for her. He still cares for her.
Like they're not husband and wife anymore, but he still cares for her.
Exactly. And
she's still a family member. She may not be his wife anymore, and they're no longer together, but that's still a family member.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, no matter how, he does care about her. And she's like, hey, my ex is there and my son. We have to go. Baker, I'm going. But no, Daniel, you'll die. I don't care. This is my family. So Aya and Daniel.
Another sad thing is also he refers to her as Lorraine. I think he only refers to her as ex-wife maybe once or twice. The whole game, he mentions her as Lorraine. He doesn't ever mention her as ex.
I know.
It's very sad. It is very sad.
It's respectful. It's like, my ex-wife.
Yeah.
She's a person. She's a person.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they go to Central Park. I'm sorry for cutting you off.
No. I was just gonna basically say the same thing.
Reiterate.
Like, yeah.
So they go to Central Park, and as they're about to go in, they see kind of the lights getting ready for it. Daniel tries to run in. He takes like 2 steps past the gate, and he's like, ah, shit, I'm burning.
Yeah, his foot set on fire or something, I think.
I think it was, part of him was trying to catch on fire. And
yeah, like he started smoking.
I can't do anything. He tries again, and he can't. Like, no, Daniel, I'll go. I'll be fine. But I can't let you do this. This is dangerous, and my family, they need me. I know they do, but you're not going to do anything good to them if you're dead. So let me go save them. Make sure if anybody survives, they are safe. So Aya traverses into Central Park. And I will probably say this and one other time are just the most annoying parts of the game.
Yeah. Also, I finally remembered, are the monkey enemy that you were talking about the thing we're about to see? Yeah, I was like, what? And after you said that, I was thinking about it the whole time. I was like, monkey. When was there a monkey? Think. Oh, and I was like, there's the zoo, and I was like, oh, so yeah, in Central Park there's a zoo, and I realized, oh, this is where we get to see the monkey enemy.
Yeah, you're going to Central Park Zoo. We got to see Melman, Gloria, Alex, Marty, King Julian, Maurice, Mort.
Just imagine all of them in like the mitochondrial mutated status
Maurice,
box.
help me! I'm catching on fire. Maurice. King Julian, no. Oh, King Julian, give me those feet.
Just that'd be hilarious.
Anyway, so go through Central Park. You start traversing through. You start seeing more of the enemies in this game. First ones you run into are snakes, and snakes introduce poison. Poison will kill you. It hits
Poison.
you, and it goes based on a percentage of it. I want to say it's like 2% of your HP is dropped per. It's either that or 1%. It's not a high number, but it's like every 3 seconds, boom, HP's gone, boom, HP's gone, boom, HP's gone, boom, HP's gone.
Thankfully, by this point, you should have the move Detox.
You do I think you're level 3 whenever you get it.
Yeah, you get the move Detox, which removes poison effects.
If nothing else, well, that first kill you get should give it to you.
Yeah.
And so
It should.
And
yeah.
so you start traversing.
And also in this area, I do believe you get cures as well. So there is an actual item if you can't use P for it. There is cures.
So going through this area, you start the area itself. I'm not going to go much into just because it's you go through here, you grab a key, you fight enemies. The enemies are cool. This is where I wish this game did a little bit more with its cinematics, kind of showing some of these creatures changing.
I wish every enemy had it.
If not, I feel like every basic enemy should.
I feel like how the mouse got one, the rat. Because
yeah.
Here's one thing. This is your first introduction, so that makes and the whole thing that makes sense that they got it right. But it's like there's multiple enemies. Like, dude, if we could see like a monkey jumping around and then their arm like extends into like a boomerang. And then like they're like trying, I don't know, they're trying to get it off or something, and then it like pulls off into. Yeah, the bear, dude, that would have been a cool one.
Yeah, like that. You have a little cutscene like a mini boss because you love the term mini bosses in our stuff. So like a mini boss, a first bear, because you take on 2 bears canonically. If you go through the story, you take without backtracking, you only take on 2 bears this whole game. So that first bear should have been, it's like I'm a bear.
Yeah, and like that first like alligator, lizard, frog, bear, like that could have been a mini boss. I mean, it had a cutscene.
That was a boss.
But yeah, that was a boss, and then it just later on. But yeah, it'd be cool if like all mini bosses. Now here's the thing though: how much budget did it cost though? Like for the game, did they have enough budget to do that? Did they have enough time to do that? And that's why I'm like, okay, this is an older game. I understand if they and for its time, they look pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely.
So like they look pretty good for its time. So I feel like they definitely put a lot of production and work into this game. They probably didn't have much more money to make more cutscenes and stuff.
Yeah, and you're
in comparison to be like positive, to be like.
Yeah, you're probably right on that. But at the same time, I don't know when it comes down to the pricing on this, on how this actually goes.
I've never worked. I've never talked with it. That would be interesting if we could talk with someone that has worked with that and are allowed to talk about it. Talk about like money and business and stuff. That'd be really cool. Because I know it's a lot. It's a lot. You think you know how much it is? It's more than that. It's a lot of money to do this stuff.
So anyway,
especially for like high production games, at whatever time you're doing.
So like
it's a lot.
It would have been fun to see it, but you know what? Like at the same time, you can kind of understand why they didn't, just because of budgeting in it. So, but you run into monkeys that throw the boomerang arms, and the bears that are just giant bears, like a bear from Annihilation that tries to eat you. Make your way,
dude.
Please tell me you saw the comparison between it. Good.
I will say I don't want to take any more time, so I'll say this quickly. The bear from Annihilation scared the shit out of me.
No, you've said that before.
Hate that.
You've said that already.
I hate on Games and Gamers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right, then we'll continue.
Mimic. We talked about the Mimic in one of our episodes, and
yes.
You could not remember the name of the movie. So
I couldn't remember. Yeah, dude, I hate that concept of an enemy at all. Hate that. We'll continue. So, but yes, it did remind me of that. And I'll shout out a YouTuber, Nord of the North. Nord of the North. Yes, he creates clay models, and he created like a clay bear. Like he makes really good stuff. So shout out to him. But he makes a bear like zombie thing, and it reminded me of that as well. But so yeah, it's very cool. I love the concept of like a zombie bear or a mutated bear. It's super cool because bears themselves are already, jeez. Like bears are one of the scariest things to me.
Yeah. So anyway,
that's my nightmare. I don't fear Freddy Fazbear. I fear bear. just bear. So
they go to, after all running on through. They end up. She ends up making her way to the theater, seeing apparitions of this little blonde girl in the gown, and kind of getting curious about it. Nothing gets said. She just kind of sees her on screen, and she runs off. You follow her until you make it to the Del Corte Theater. And you see, as soon as you walk in, Melissa's sitting there, Eve is sitting there kind of talking about mitochondria. Basically, all your mitochondria is going to be used for a good purpose. And then, honestly, this is one of my... it's not top...
You have to play this on the video. You have to play this. It is amazing.
It is.
It is... At this point... is when I'm like, okay, this
Shit's
is a
real.
this is a horror game. This is what, because looking at it, here's the thing. I'm very like, you could say it's a horror game, and again, horror back then is different than horror now. But I look at it, I'm like, okay, what makes it horror? Because you can have the concept of it, but how does it deliver it? How is this going to deliver the? Because already there's like the burnt bodies, and that's like horror. I think already there. This goes beyond that and makes it.
So
Oh,
So right now, future Hayden is gonna put up the thing now, but you kind of see the cutscene. A man sitting there watching. He blinks, and next you know, his eye bulges out a little bit, and slime comes out of it. And then you begin seeing him melt, and all these people around you begin seeing them melt. Like they try to run, and they melt out of their clothes. You see the bones through the clothes as they melt, and all these the slime pudding thing just kind of like reels off, going into the direction just kind of nowhere to be seen. And then it's is literally one, like, this is why the game I say was ahead of its time, because this was a dark scene for 1998. This was dark. I was sitting there thinking of it at work today. Like, I could only imagine that scene with today's technology.
oh yeah.
Like, I'm like,
That
here's exactly how I can
it
imagine
would.
it.
That would be horrifying.
Yeah, I imagine like something very gentle, like his nose starts to run, he wipes it, and next time he blinks, he's like, what's going on? And his eyes just, and you literally see his face melt, and you see all of him melt.
Dude, it like, because we saw the orange earlier of like when she went through the sewer, she went through the cage.
This is the
and now
she was.
Yes, at first you would just think, oh, she's just super powerful. She could turn her body into whatever.
Oh,
you know. Yeah, but we're just like that's it, right? That's that. We don't know anything beyond that. We just assume, oh, goop, turn slime, move through, immortal, cell typing, blah blah blah, whatever. But once we realize that all of that orange stuff is literally just liquid flesh,
It's human.
Just
This is mitochondria.
it is horrifying. It really puts into perspective of it. And I know right now, I feel like this is the point to where like right here made it feel like, oh, we can make a game out of this. We could make a story out of this. We could make a, like, with that. I feel like out of everything, that moment's what, like, this is it. This is the, and once they like had it animated, I know people were in a room and were like, this is it. This is what's going to make the game the horror game that it is, and that why like it's super amazing. I think it's super cool. I love it.
Cool. That's why this is a good
hate it
game.
I love it because I hate it. I felt like, oh geez, like, oh my gosh. I don't know, I don't remember my initial reaction. This was like a few days ago, but it was, oh boy.
So after that, Aya confronts Eve and Eve goes backstage. Not sure why she didn't follow, but Aya runs backstage. There's also a little boss fight, too, as it's all kind of going on, and she follows where Eve is against worms, which is... It's worms. The worms pop their heads out, like,
yeah, there was like
style.
There was like bears, there was crows. The crows were annoying, and the crows and the snakes were annoying, but they're easy to deal with. There was a problem when they were like with the bear. And then yeah, it was so funny because I was like, you know what? I'm gonna end this video. You know, it's been the same thing. Let me just get to a point of save. Let me end this video and worms. And now there's worms.
Oh, I thought it was the one. It's like, oh look, I'm gonna go say. Oh, that's a bear.
Oh yeah, there was that too. It was a bear. It's like, let me go save it. That's a bear. And then I went, okay, now let me end the video. It's the worms, tremors. They're getting bigger.
So yeah, you kill them.
Okay, now I'll end, and then the Eve.
So anyway,
I didn't end. I said I was gonna end twice, and I didn't end for like another 40 minutes.
I mean, it's fine with that. There's better videos than like ending and like with something big literally about to happen.
Yeah.
End on something big than with something big about to... It's 50-50. Anyway, so after that, you meet up with her. She's on a horse-drawn carriage. Eve is just sitting there on a carriage, just waiting, floating. And she's like, come on, Aya, let's chat. So Aya hops on apprehensively, but she hops on, and the horse catches fire. No, that's a little prior. So she's sitting there talking about, so you're really going to sit here and not let your mitochondria reach its full potential. If it's worth killing people? No. Are you sure, though? Because you are really, literally dying. You're like going to waste what you have to protect these feeble, flawful things. Yeah, no, I'm not doing it. All right. Then I have only one choice. Horse catches fire, and they're on a carriage ride boss fight. And Aya has like 2 steps to take that whole fight.
Yeah, like this fight, you were restricted to literally. One thing is this game, very much you need movement for things in this game. You cannot be in a little area. There are times where you have to walk across the map. Like it is annoying. So now you go from this. You are fighting the boss on this little area on a thing that is on fire. Like you just feel like, oh, I'm just screwed. And so automatically I'm like, the feeling it gave me being stuck in a little box with all these OP things shooting at you. It felt like Undertale. I played Undertale maybe once, and I didn't even play the whole game. I played like a fight or two, but this is the vibe it kind of gave, and it's the only thing I give in comparison of what I have played. But being stuck in a little box, having to move to every corner, you need to take advantage of every single little thing you have.
Galaga and like Space Invaders stuff like that.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, same thing. That's a much wider box, but yes, same thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a box. You just avoid what's coming towards you. The Undertale one makes sense.
Yeah, because it's such a small box. So that's yeah.
Anyway,
and moving on, but yeah.
So you fight her. Aya ends up getting knocked unconscious during it. All the while, Daniel wants to go running in, and he gets met by Ben. He's like, I left. It didn't feel right, but Mama got turned into something. Mama's not there. And so Daniel's like, oh, Lorraine, don't worry, Ben. I'll take care of you. It'll all be okay. So, also during all this is a random scene thrown in there. Like, I can't remember specifically when, probably in day 2, because it started getting talked about. There is a man in New York City, and I'm going to say this right now. This game is 1998, so some things in there are not acceptable nowadays. Danger, you're more woke than I am. You think it's fair? You think it's good to talk about this or no? Okay,
it's fine.
So
it happened. It happened in the game. It happened at the time. The fact that we can't talk about things that have happened, this is why so much history is lost. So yes, you can. I think it's fine to talk about.
All right. So
if a game company tried to do it now, then I don't know. But it was a different time. It happened.
There's a Japanese scientist man whose name is Maeda. He's trying. This is all while everything's supposed to be getting evacuated. Shit's going down. New York City's supposed to be getting evacuated. That's kind of going on while everything's going on. That's why they go to Central Park. They're supposed to be evacuated, get them out of there prior. This is actually going on while the evacuation is happening.
Yeah.
So Maeda is being told, "Hey, you have to evacuate. Hey, I'm sorry, my English isn't too well. Can you explain it to me better?" And so one of the cops starts speaking to him in, I think, Japanese, and ends up kind of mocking him. This is what I'm saying. The game's dated. It was a bit racist towards him, as he ends up making fun of him. Both of them are.
Yeah.
With the other cop that doesn't speak is like, "Whoa, you can understand him? That's so weird. Why can you understand him?" I mean, I speak this stuff. You're weird. So they're chatting, and eventually Maeda gets away from him, convinces him, like, you guys are getting out of there. Probably whenever all the shit goes down, and Maeda sneaks back to where he was. Then horse-drawn carriage fight. Aya gets knocked unconscious. Daniel finds her. No, Daniel doesn't find her. She gets knocked unconscious. That's the end of day 2. Day 3, Aya wakes up in an apartment that looks, 1, run down, 2, is where she would be had she drunk 2 bottles of tequila the night before. She wakes up, is like, "Hey, where am I?" And Maeda comes in, "Hey, it's okay. I found you were knocked unconscious. I brought you here. It's safe here. Stay calm. So I need you to explain stuff to me, okay? What do you know?" "Well, my name is Maeda. You're Aya Brea. There's something not wrong with you to the point that Eve's not affecting you. Everybody's evacuated." "Oh, that's right. You're supposed to evacuate." "Yeah, I don't want to. I'm here to help deal with this. So I'm going to help deal with this." So then next thing you know, Daniel comes walking in. "Good, you're awake." Now, Maeda.
The MVP himself.
Maeda.
Daniel's an MVP in this game.
And then he is. Maeda, explain. So Maeda begins going in depth on what's happening, and this is where the book comes into play. He's talking about, there was over in Japan, a woman was in a car wreck, and she got a kidney transplant. this kidney transplant caused her to start acting like Eve. She even started referring to herself as Eve. She tried to mate with a doctor over there. Things were going bad. She started killing people. She tried to mate with a doctor over there to make the ultimate life form. Unfortunately, ultimate life form died, and Eve's body herself died. But not before some of it got transplanted into another person, which caused this whole thing to kind of go haywire. And this here is another thing that goes talking about how this is a direct sequel. To my knowledge, this is the first game book sequel that actually is a true sequel. It's not like fill in the blank between, game 1, game 2. I'm thinking like Dead Space games, Gears of War, Halo, and shit like that. This is literally
because typically
game.
Because typically what it is, if they ever do that, is that it's a game based off the book, and they might make a game after that, but that's a sequel to the game.
Yeah,
and if they have
it's
like,
a
there's
fill in the blank. That's why I use That's why Game of Wars. That's why I use Gears of War. Is I have one of us like maybe Gears of War Judgment. I want to say what it is. I don't know which Gears of War book it actually is right offhand, but. This one is a true Asphalt Field. That's what it is. Asphalt Fields. That is between 1 and 2 in Gears of War. So that's entirely what this is. But Parasite Eve is book and game. That, to my knowledge, I could be wrong on this. This is the only thing that's ever been like that.
I don't know anything else like that either. I don't know anything that's gone from book to game. We've seen so many times of the opposite, where it goes from a game to a book. There's so many of those that exist.
And they have books that are prequels. Like, look at Dead Space. Dead Space Catalyst, I want to say, is what it is. It's the one that kind of explains.
Yeah, but it
explains.
It takes before, during, or after.
Yeah.
And I do think that is cool. I do think that if done right, that you can have books tell things to a game. There are some people that don't like it. I think it's really cool. I don't like it whenever, like, anything more than 30% of the game, and even that's a stretch. Like 10%, chilling. That's fine. If 10%'s missing, it's more side stuff, cool. 20%, still cool. And like 30%, that's where now including like some main stuff, whatnot, blah, blah, blah. It's things that we don't fully understand, but within the books it tells us, cool. Anything beyond that, if we're at a point where almost half the story is in a book, that's when I'm like, okay.
And that's why this one's done well, because he explains well enough what goes on without going in depth enough. Because you read at the end of it, based on a book, sequel to a book. Yeah. You want to go read the book because you have enough basic general information. Okay, I kind of want to go check this book out.
Yeah,
and that's why I now own the book on my phone.
Nice.
It is weird. It is probably the weirdest book I've ever read. And I read anime. I read manga.
I was gonna say that's a massive statement.
Yeah. It's so fucking weird. It's so fucking weird. Actually, no. I've read some Stephen King books. It's on the level of Stephen King weird. So anyway, he explains all this stuff, and that the kidney ended up getting transplanted into Aya's sister Maya. It's revealed now that she had a sister, and that's who she's been seeing in the apparitions this whole time. So you get a little more cut into it of that, and that there was a what are they called?
What?
Intern. And Dr. Clamp.
Oh, okay. I was like, what are you talking about?
And Dr. Clamp was the intern that helped perform this surgery to get transplant kidney, because Aya, Maya, and Mother were in a car wreck. Mother was the one that the kidney got transplanted into, I believe. No. I have it wrong. Maya died. She had kidney transplanted into her. Maya died, and that kidney got transplanted into Eve, Melissa. And that is kind of fucking with everything around it and caused everything to happen because, all that. So technically, Eve is Maya's sister. Technically. It's a weird technically, but it is technically.
It's a technically because it came from her sister. The thing that Melissa's dead. Melissa is not there. She's gone. long gone.
Maya
It's
is gone.
Maya's also gone. But the thing that took over Melissa was born from Maya. It was born from her. So it's not Maya, but it's part of her.
It's
so
a technicality in the way that every video game is a role-playing game. It's the same way as that.
yeah, by technicality, yes. So you can still say because it came from her.
I've pissed so many people off by that statement. Every video game's a role-playing game.
Wrong. You're playing as different characters. That's not you.
Yeah, no,
Unless they release DangerXtreme, the video game, it's a role playing game. You know, DangerXtreme.
What's the game like? Oh, he just sits at a desk and cleans.
He sits at a desk. He's either making a video or playing a game or doing. You can just choose which task you want to do, and then. But every other time, guess what? 90% of the game, you're doing chores. It's like cleaning simulator. That's what it is.
Sims. It's just Sims.
It's Sims. That's my game. You want DangerXtreme the simulator? Play Sims. There you go.
Anyway,
God.
So he basically explains all that the way we're gonna have to kill her because she's gonna want to reproduce and make the ultimate life form. We don't know anything about what she's actually going to do. This is day 3, by the way. Day 3 liberation.
Yeah.
So they
already halfway through the game.
Yep. They decide, all right, so we need to go tell the cops what's going on and get prepared. Prepared for we're basically going to go to war. So they go outside and New York's almost empty. It is amazing that how. So they decide there's a gun shop right up the road. Let's go get some guns. Let's get geared up, baby. So they go to this gun shop. Aya tries to open it. No, it's closed. We can't get in. It's locked. And Daniel's like, no, bitch. Move aside. And he
MVP out of the way.
And here's the scary part. Had he missed, the game would have been over. It was so fucking close to her.
Oh, yeah. Dude, it made me laugh so hard. I was like, you just pull it. No. He's the MVP, though. He doesn't miss a shot. So he knows what he's aiming at. He's the MVP. And then he was like, are all officers like this? Like, do all officers shoot first, ask questions later? And he's like,
yes.
Some of them. He was like, yeah.
It's like Maeda. Do all officers shoot first, ask questions second? Aya, yes. Alrighty, so, anyway, you get some new guns, you go in, you get some guns, pick up some armor, pick up shit like that. You also can go down the road to a pharmacy. In this pharmacy, you can pick up med kits and shit like that. Danger, why are you laughing?
Nothing.
So, pick up the med kits, and then you're eventually going to go talk to Dr. Clamp. Dr. Clamp is the one who knows so much more than he's letting on. So that's what they decide, okay, we need to go talk to him. He's a smart guy. They go back to the museum. I'm sure they sign in. It doesn't show anything, but they go to the museum, sign in, go back to his office. He's gone. And so Maeda is kind of fucking around with the telescopes. Like, hey, I want to test something. I don't know. It was some leftover residue on Aya's clothes. That's what it was. It was leftover residue on Aya's clothes. Wasn't it?
No. He pricked his finger to look at something.
No.
Oh, okay. I got just okay. Yeah, I got
residue left over on Aya's clothes.
Yeah.
That contain the cells and mitochondria of Eve. So Maeda pricks his finger, sticks it underneath the telescope with some of this goop, and is like, "Oh, this is interesting." Looks in, and you begin to see a cool scene. Very cool. You kind of begin to see the genetic makeup of these weird little starfish-looking things attached to these cells.
It like zooms in and zooms in. It kind of just shows you the layers of of inside your body.
And then you see it, and you kind of see it taking over
the microscope
and doing that. And it's like, wow, this is interesting. They all look, see it. That's really cool. And Aya's like, hey, Maeda, try mine. Bink. Very well. Puts it under, and you see it, and whenever you see hers, the color is different. Did you notice that? It was red versus blue.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure it's red versus blue. It's games and gamers. Oh my god, you're the bad, I'm the good, I'm Aya Brea, baby.
Yeah.
You die, I don't.
Yeah.
So, anyway, and whenever you see it this time, whenever the starfish thing's attached to Aya's cells, mitochondria, I don't know if it was cells or mitochondria, it's one of the two. It's super small, scientific, itty-bitty, teeny tiny things that we can't see with the human eye.
Yeah.
It begins to shock them, and it goes bzz, 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 and shoots off all the things, letting you know, like, her body is reacting to it, but it's able to fight it off. which is really cool. And there's more insight on what's actually going on in all of it. And I wish there was something that gets talked about now, should have been talked about now, that gets talked about a little bit later, at least if I'm remembering the chain of events. But it's why she's reacting, why she's not reacting to it the same way. As they're looking at it, Clamp comes in and is like, hey, what the hell are you doing? You're trespassing in my office. Get out. And I'm like, hey, we're NYPD for one. We're allowed to be here at this point. We probably have a warrant. 2, you're not even supposed to be here. You're supposed to be evacuating. I don't want to evacuate. There's no need to evacuate. Everything will be fine. So they're sitting there chatting, and he's kind of going more and more insane. And eventually, Daniel notices on his computer the name of Lorraine and Ben, his ex-wife and son. And he starts going ballistic, like, why the hell do you have my family on this list? Why? Explain to me now. And he's like, I don't have to explain anything to you. This is not something you need to worry about. And eventually, Aya convinces him to leave.
You know what the unfortunate thing is? More than one way, he is not allowed to ask that question. He isn't allowed. Even though it's his family, he's not allowed. He was a doctor. He was an intern. So one, he doesn't have to tell him anything.
Doctor-patient confidentiality.
He's not supposed to. Both once and legally cannot tell him. So he doesn't want to tell him. He legally can't tell him. And also, Daniel doesn't have a warrant. So yeah, 3 layers is he not able to tell. It's just
Okay, so I don't know if they have a warrant. That's why I said I'm gonna hope they do, because they at least somewhat follow the rules. But
but here's the thing: people are sitting on fire and everyone's evacuated the city. I don't think they even bothered.
They may not.
So
but it's 50-50. We don't know what could be.
I'm gonna say don't, because Daniel shot a door open. He's shot a door open. Yeah, like everyone's evacuated. The laws are slid. Yes, I don't think he had one.
They absolutely bent
So yeah,
the rules.
so I'm gonna for the sake of argument, I'm gonna say it in 3 ways. Does he not tell him in any way of what? Like, I don't have to tell you. Y'all leave. It was like, dang.
And also,
one thing I noticed though is he walked to the side, like, oh, they're arguing. Let me just walk over to the computer real quick. And I was like, he's gonna go swipe some information real quick, is he? He's gonna go. Let me go grab
anyway,
that.
Clamp eventually kicks him out. You learn that he more or less lets in. He knows so much more than he's letting on. Like earlier, he's smart, but now we actually know he knows shit that's going on. He just refuses to tell us. So, but we leave respectfully. Aya gets Maeda and Daniel out, and they decide, well, you need to go reconvene at the police center, the police station. So they make their way to the police station, and as they do, because Ben is staying there, it's the only safe spot for him right now. So
after the thing.
After the blob.
Yeah. And he went to go hang out with the female officer. I forgot her name. Her name was mentioned like once. Okay. Yeah. He basically Shiva. She was to watch over him. Yeah, and they went to go meet the guard and the dog trainer and the dog,
Kathy,
who is Shiva.
And Shiva.
And I forgot the guy's name. It was Officer something. I don't remember what it was, but it was Officer something.
So, anyway, you go in, and the place has been ransacked. It's been attacked! Oh, no! Attack at the precinct!
Yep.
Which is bad. And so Daniel's like, no! Ben! I gotta find my son! He was in the dog thing! So they go running downstairs, find the dog pen open. Door shut, like, thrown down. Catherine dead. Is like, Shiva, not acting right. Ben went after her. Anyway, Catherine, gone. Can't help with anything right now. And
all the officers live or die or taken out.
There are unnamed ones that do die. So you start exploring more, and this is where I love how they handle the characters in this game. Because you can go help, you can go into the weapons area, because when you go in there, every time you go in there, you can get 6 bullets, 6 to like 12 bullets. It's always really handy to do this. It's just kind of stock up a little bit on ammo. But this is where characters are handled very, very well. Especially for as little characters they actually are. And that's why I love Plague Tale. I love the Plague Tales because they put a lot of detail into these characters. The Red Dead games, I don't talk about it a lot, but I love those kind of games that add so much detail to it. that, you know, you have to go out of your way. Dark Souls. I hate the Dark Souls game itself. I do not enjoy those kind of gameplay, but I love the world because, and Elden Ring, Alexander the Great Pot, very sad. He wants to fight the Ultimate Warrior. He wants to become the Ultimate Warrior. You go through his quest, you learn more about him. Sorry, Danger, I'm spoiling stuff for you for Elden Ring.
Yeah.
You go into the gunsmith room and you see Wayne and Torres in there. They're getting attacked by a dog. The other dogs kind of they mutated.
I predicted this, by the way. I predicted
I
looked at it like very beginning. Even before the whole like joining there and leave, very beginning of the game, I was like, oh, this is gonna go bad. Like this is so much gonna go bad. And we meet the giant mutated dog creatures. I was like, the dogs are gonna mutate. Yep. We saw it with the rats. They're gonna do it with the dogs, and these are gonna be more dangerous than those. So yeah.
So this is where you fight these things, kill them, and then Wayne and Torres are sitting there. Torres is on the ground. Torres is the gun one who hates guns. Anytime he come in, he's like, man, I don't want to give you this gun. He's very adamant against guns. You need to be properly trained, have the right mentality to even have a gun within the same room as you. But unfortunately, he has to give him away. And so Wayne is talking to him. This is where it's handled really well. If you talk to him, you know a little bit about him, but you don't know a ton about him. And Wayne's like, Torres, why didn't you shoot? You were dying. You were literally going to be killed. And Torres reveals, I couldn't. My daughter was killed in a hunting accident. A gun accidentally went off and killed her. I've never been able to fire a gun since. And I still couldn't. Because I cannot do it because it killed my daughter. And he dies. Like, after that little bit, he just dies, you know? Like,
yep.
It's so unnecessary. He's a side character you talk to once in the story. Once. Yeah. And they add this. He had his own, not even a character arc, his own little character. I love whenever they do it. And Wayne begins to, like, even take over for him. It's like, okay, Torres, I will honor your wish. I will make sure guns are taken care of safely, but we're going to get them some bitches. That's why I love the way characters handle this. Each one is unique. Each one is a character. Unlike some games we just recently played, Sea of Stars, each character has their own personality. And I love it because these ones are small one-offs. I feel so sorry for Torres. I care more about Torres than I do Zale and Valere. Can you believe it? It's so sad. But anyway, you start exploring more of the place, and you find out that Baker is following behind, wanting to protect Ben from Shiva. Or protecting him just in general, because Baker and Daniel joined the force at the exact same time, but Baker got promoted to chief. So they're close friends. They're very close friends, no matter how it is. They're very close, tight-knit friends. They used to do all sorts of shit together. A bit like me and Danger, until I become famous and Danger's doing whatever Danger does.
Yeah, but also, basically Baker is like the uncle. He's like the one you call uncle, even though he's not actually the uncle. Which our family, from like that side, there was someone like that, to where they were an uncle. Like they weren't part of the family, but they were like uncle. So he'd be Uncle Baker. Yeah. Yeah,
and that's exactly what he was. I was almost like that. Then shit happened. Anyway.
Yeah, but so he was like I gotta protect Ben. It's like, and they was like, get away from Shiva. She's sick.
One
like,
thing,
look,
as you're running on through, I don't mean, I'm sorry to cut you off, but like as you're running on through, she's like kind of sitting, like scratching at herself, kind of going. She's trying,
sneezing, scratching, whining.
She's trying to get away. She knows something's wrong. That's the best part about it. She knows something's wrong with her, and she wants to get away because she doesn't know what's wrong with her. She doesn't feel right, so she's trying to
just
keep Ben safe.
go. Yeah,
that's the best. That's why dogs are so underrated. No matter how much we think we overrate, no matter how much we think we give them enough credit, we don't. And this one's she's handled very well. So anyway, run on through. You save people.
And actually, before like we see that and we save people, right? One cool thing is there's multiple rooms. One thing is on the lower hand, we know about these two floors. There's these upper floors. These upper floors, on my first, I did die like after a bit, but I didn't check every single room because at the corner of my eye, it's very corner of your eye, and just at first like glance seems like it's a part of the wall. But as you're playing it, there's multiple rooms in the area and multiple things that connect to another. One thing, like there's several rooms. There's two I want to point out though. Three. One room is once you get near the end, you get to fight what believe it's like another mini boss. What I categorize as a mini boss to what seems to be the cop killer. This thing, you walk in, this thing's killing a cop, and then turns around and it's ready to kill you too.
Yeah, this is the cop killer that's killed everybody.
Yeah, it's like one of the wolf thing, not wolf, dog things we've seen before. It's a dog. Yeah, I said wolf because of the way it looks, but it's like, but it's because it's mutated. It's a dog, but it's massive. It's massive and it's gray. That's why my brain said wolf. It's massive compared to the other ones. And it's a different color. You don't have to fight this thing. But if you do, you get a better weapon inside. And no, armor. You get better armor. You get the jacket, which I believe is the jacket. Like, we see the iconic jacket on the, like, with her. With her, we see her mostly in a jacket. If you look at the art, like, online, it's either a dress or a jacket.
Yeah, because right now we only see part of her face and we see Eve, which really kind of sucks. That it should be the other way around. We should see more of Aya and less of Eve. Instead, we see a little bit of main character, all of villain.
Yeah. But, yeah, and I think that this jacket is the one we see with her in. She gets it from the police station. She beats the cop killer, and now is the... I don't know. I just feel like, because we don't ever see a jacket, but this is the first time we see a jacket, so I assume that's it. There's another room that, after you take care of everything, you can go and heal. There's a scientist's lab room, and in there's a scientist, and once you clear out the enemies, you go there and heal real quick if you need it. And it's only a one-time use. And here's the thing, you don't have to use it. You can choose to use it, so you can either use it then or use it later if you need it. So it's very useful. After this section, though, you don't use it. But then there's another one. There's another guy. He is laying there, and he is dying. He just interacted with the cop killer. Then, afterwards, he gives you a key to his locker. At first, I didn't know where the lockers were. I looked around. It's at the very bottom, I believe. You go into the room... And you open it. I was like, okay, surely this is actually no. It's not the very bottom. It's on the main floor.
It's right next to the office.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's I just realized. No, it was the main floor. You go in there. It's like, okay, all these lockers. Okay, one involves a key. Oh, this one involves a key. What did he give us a locker for? It's for a trading card. This guy, in his dying breath, gave you his key to give you a trading card because he cared about the trading card and wanted someone to have it before he died. He didn't want it trapped in his locker. He didn't want it getting thrown away. He wanted someone to have it. He cared for whatever this card was. I don't know what it was. To me, it's a white piece of paper, but this white piece of paper meant something to him, and it was very sad.
And also, when it comes down...
He didn't give you a gun. He didn't give you ammo. He gave you something that was his.
You also... those I don't know if you ever used it, but the trading cards became another... mod permit thing is another way to upgrade weapons.
Yes, I did see that. I didn't figure it out, but I did see that you were able to do it. I assume it was just the same thing.
It is.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Yeah, and then you can rate cards. So I assume there's multiple. I just only found one. But he was like, you can rate cards.
I don't know where they are. I've never been able to find
I'm
them.
wondering if it's one of the benefits of playing the game multiple times. Maybe. That's my guess.
I've never ran into it.
I'm wondering if it's a mechanic they...
If anything, it probably goes with the Chrysler building. Something I've never done because I don't want to sit through that grind.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you know what that is right offhand or not, but
no, off the top of my head, no.
Yeah, you.
But it's a little bonus thing in the game that you can do. It's a little something extra. It's just something that doesn't need to be there. It's there, and the first time you get to interact with it, at least for my run, just story wise, is this guy gave it to you. It was very sad, but then you continue on through, and you run into. Really cool shot, by the way. You know that you're about to fight the boss. It's like you enter around the corner. The camera. Oh, by the way, at the very end of the hallway, there's a room that doesn't need anything. There's nothing in there. It is a freaking room. There's nothing in it. Like you go in, fight enemies, leave. That's it. It's a room where they like hold evidence or bodies. There's nothing in it. I looked everywhere. You go in. There's enemies. You leave. That's it. It's a waste of bullets.
We're not talking about the interrogation room.
No.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Okay, so anyway.
I know the interrogation room. The interrogation room did have something. But then you go down the hallway. As soon as you do, your camera shifts. You're walking sideways down a very long hallway with ominous lighting. And then we get to see... Actually, I think we saw the animation beforehand. No, we saw the animation beforehand. No, you do.
But you enter the room. But before you enter the room, Baker's like behind, keeping Ben God. Keeping boy behind him.
Stand behind me, brother. I got you.
He's keeping boy behind him, and it's like, stay back. Shiva's
Stay
not
back,
going.
Spider-Man.
Shiva's not being right. Then you see the cutscene of Shiva. This is why this game is so good. Because how many games show a poor dog mutating?
Also, this animation played earlier whenever he first said, "Get behind me." So we already saw that. We didn't see the model, like the endgame model, until she enters, but we did see the animation.
Yeah. And poor Shiva, I'll have it up right now. Thank you, future Hayden. But you see her like
Demonetized.
man, if only we made money.
Someday, don't worry. Someday.
Just looking longingly off on a fucking
We
cliff.
just got to keep talking about Silent Hill. It's okay.
I know. Eventually, we'll talk about it enough in this. I'm in a new Silent Hill fan group. It's going a little bit better. I don't know if I want to tell about my Silent Hill take, though.
No, do not enter.
Just start another fucking war.
Gosh. SH2. It's freaking. Oh, you Silent Hill 2? No. The War of Silent Hill 2.
No, it's a super.
And there's the legend of Silent Hill 3 is always around the corner for the past 10, 15 years.
It's just, I imagine it, Danger. I know you don't want to, but I'm imagining you drawing this, and it's me standing with fucking Pyramid Head sword and like holding his helmet.
It's
just
the
an
Doom
army.
poster. It's the Doom poster, and it's you with the blades. And there's all these.
And a bunch of these fans like bloodthirsty. It's like, no, it's good, coming at me, and I'm just, yeah. This is it.
This is it.
So anyway, you fight Shiva, and a very cool boss. She looks very cool. She's a Cerberus, but it's Kerberos is what she actually is called. Mm-hmm. I believe it's Kerberos. Either Kerberos or Cerberus. Like, I don't remember which, and I want to say it's Kerberos. So, you fight Kerberos, a very cool boss fight. The boss fights in this game, enemy design in this game is fun. It gets a bit tedious, but the exact same, because she's just kind of like a reskin of Eve at the beginning of the game. She'll shoot 2 laser beams, or she'll shoot a single laser beam. And just kind of hunts you down and attacks you. Bosses, it's an older game, so you gotta forgive some of these enemies for not being as extravagant as others. But at the exact
It does have something interesting. It has a healing mechanic.
No, I know.
Yeah, I thought that was super cool. It does have something a little interesting.
I kill it I know how to kill it so quick that it doesn't heal on me.
I started with its right head twice. Well, first time and then second time I did eventually figure it out. But I was attacking the head. I didn't realize it was healing. I didn't realize the head in the middle heals. So you have to get rid of that head first, and you get rid of the other two.
It's on the multiple targets. This one has 3 targets. You can shoot all the heads. I just did energy shot. And
one thing is, it does make a noise or indication that you got to a phase. I think that's really good. Instead of just, nothing. Just it keeps going. It does make like a noise to indicate to you, oh yeah, you did it.
You kill it. You kill poor Shiva. Daniel comes running in, checking on Baker and Ben, and he's like, Baker, you protected my son. Well, yeah. You guys are like my family. I remember going out to your cookouts and all that stuff. It was great. I want to do that again sometime. I'm pulling up the thing right now to make sure I have all this right. Actually, after this, we're going to have to go off memory, because this literally is like, okay, they're successful. However, one named officer, Torres Owens, is killed. Day 4. It gives no other information. Anyway, so Baker just basically probably passes out at that point, and then goes into day 4, conception.
Oh, by the way, afterwards, Daniel is marked as the chief.
That's next day. That's day 4.
Oh, okay.
That I know.
Hold on. There was something. There was one thing that happened that I said it was something involving Daniel in the cop car talking to Aya, and something happened. I was like, this is my first problem with the game. I cannot tell you what it was, but it was like one minor problem with the game.
If he can't say it, there is no problem. Good to know.
Gosh, it was. It's on camera. Someone will find it.
Dan's will be sitting there like fucking 2 videos from now. This was my issue with Silent Hill. Not Silent Hill. This is my issue. This is my issue with Parasite Eve. So anyway.
No, but all my problems will be on the table this episode.
Day 4 conception. Next day, Baker is gone. I guess he's recuperating. Daniel is now in charge of everything. He's the next in chief, and so he's holding down the fort. And so Aya and Maeda are kind of figuring out what's going on. They talk about rebirth. Eve is going to want to make a life form, so she's going to want to go somewhere where she can get the necessary essence in order to reproduce. And this so happens there's a sperm bank in New York City. And it's stored in St. Francis Hospital, where the Maeda assumes where she's going. Whenever they go to the hospital, that's where they're going. Their plan is they go to the hospital. They're going to hopefully stop her or destroy the sperm before anything bad happens. So, go to the hospital. The place is already being attacked by Eve. Monsters are there. People are gone. Aya's like, okay, Maeda, you stay out here. You're not going to be able to do anything. I'll go and take care of it myself. Which I like. Is one issue I have with sometimes protagonists in games, male, female, whatever, is some of them are just too stoic. Aya has her moments of being too stoic. She's tough. She's kind of tough and always shown it this whole game, so she's not bad. But at the exact same time, she's too stoic because you can't do anything. I'll take care of this myself. As opposed to saying, you can't help me in this way. Try and help me in another way. That's one issue I have with Aya, is I wish she would be like, you can't help me this way, do something else. I know she does with Daniel at the park. If people run out, save them. But like Maeda, shit like that is like...
Yeah, I understand that, but also she literally just has super armor.
No, she does.
So I could...
No, that's not what I'm saying, is you can't come in with me. Do something out here that you are capable of doing.
I get what you're saying, but yeah, I mean... At that point, but here's the thing, at that point, what's he going to do? He just has to wait outside the hospital. At that point, there's nothing he can do.
I mean,
sure,
he's smart. He's not an idiot.
We could... Oh, I know, but like, what is he going to...
talk about something stupid? He gives Aya a charm.
Do those charms do anything?
To my knowledge, I don't know.
I was wondering, I was like, I'm going to leave these in my inventory for the very rare chance that I either need them or they give me like a boost of some sort of like luck or something. I don't know. It's like maybe if I have all 3 of them, then they do something. Like maybe I can use them and put them in a single amulet and do something. I was like, I don't know.
No, there's not any true confirmation. Due to the game's complicated code, no one has been able to confirm that they actually do anything. But there are rumors saying they help acquire rare items and can lower enemy spawn rates. That second one is a fucking lie.
That's a lie. Also, I do understand the luck one, because he kind of gives you a little, like, oh, this will give you luck for this.
It's a good
this will give you
charm,
this for.
The little totems.
Yeah, they're little things. I think they're just little gifts he gives you.
Oh, because he absolutely wants to have fun with Aya. It's 100% evident.
I didn't really get that vibe until later on, like towards the end, and then confirmed in the end. But it's like, yeah, he was like, oh, he likes her, but
he likes her. I mean, realistically, I'm thinking back in the 90s. She looks good for a character in the 90s. She doesn't compare to anything I can look at nowadays. Like, I got no games nearby. Yeah, I do.
That is a fucking lie. Every game was within reach. How dare you lie to me right now? I see a game behind you. There are literally multiple games behind you.
Within reach?
You can read. Look, you're touching. You're touching it right now.
Danger. Here's my arm. I'm still not touching it.
You're literally touching it right now. What do you mean?
Anyway,
it is.
I forgot I had Final
in
Fantasy
your
16
hand.
here. Jill from Final Fantasy 16. Mwah. Mwah. Mwah.
Stop. I was about to make a joke that you're kissing the box, and you actually did.
I actually did. I was about this far off from it.
All right. Well.
Mwah. Great game. Great game. So anyway, they go to the sperm bank. They go to the hospital sperm bank. They're going to either stop her or destroy the cryogenic stuff to stop it itself. Aya hops into elevator, and then she hears Eve's songs. Have fun. See you next fall. And breaks the elevator things. And she's going up, and she goes into the basement. And I like the hospital part. I like the little hospital because it's a little bit of a puzzle to it. It's not. It is puzzle, but it's not at the exact same time. It's like
Also, I like the camera POVs, the sense of being trapped, the camera POVs of it being tilted, not being one thing that I really wish they did is you weren't able to like see around corners or anything until you got to them, and even if you did, you kind of had to go around the corner first. You could be right at the corner, but unless you move over, you can't see anything. I wish they did the thing like in Resident Evil 1, the remake, to where when you were playing Jill, there's one room, it didn't even, like, you were just grabbing a blade, but if you tried to leave, you would then back up and there'd be a zombie right there. Like, you go around the corner and then a zombie.
You grab a knife as a self-defense thing. As soon as you round a corner, round a little bit, it's the art gallery. You go to leave, yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, you go in there to get the, about something. It's just, it's one knife, so it's cool, though. Here's the thing. It was an area that was unnecessary, but they added it, and I thought that was really cool.
It's trapped horror is what this is.
Yeah, it's a thing. And funny enough, like it actually like got me in the first run. The first run that I was playing, it did get me. But I thought that was super cool.
I know.
But yeah, and so I was like wanting something like that. That was honestly like the best time they could have done it. You're trapped in a hospital, in a basement with something you don't know. All of your escapes are gone. The lights are out. I was like, okay, this is the time to have some like jump scare implements or something, and then sadly they didn't. But again, it was at the time.
Because the way that this one works is like atmospheric horror. That's a big thing of it, and it's like what will come at you.
Atmospheric and like story or concept.
Yeah,
it's a concept. I feel like the concept of something does count as a thing. I don't know if there's what the word is for it. But the concept of something, it has that as the concept horror.
Anyway, she goes.
So I think I'm just call it concept horror for now on until I get an actual word for it.
She goes exploring down in the basement. She finds some keys, finds some fuses, and sees apparitions of Maya yet again. She then starts getting ideas. As she's down there, she starts realizing this is the hospital where I was. She gets out of there and ends up going into the room where surgery was performed on her.
And everything was put together. And here's one thing. I thought the coolest thing was, here's the thing. We'd see a person on one side and then a person on the other. Like, we'd see one of the two sisters on one of the other this whole time, right? I was thinking, is it the same person? Is it a clone? Like, what is this? Why are they moving? Did she go through surgery and they moved her to another bed? I was like, what is this? Then you go to the room, it flashes between them really fast and shows both of them were there in that moment. She just doesn't remember both of them being there at the same time. She just remembers two people that look exactly the same because they're twins on different beds and they moved for some reason. And it was like, but you wouldn't think there's two of them. You would think that it's something else going on, but then it reveals, oh, there's two of them. I thought that was really cool. This is one of my like points of the game where I'm like, oh, like, and I even had theories. I pretty much put, like, if I was to take everything that did happen and what I thought happened, I was about 85% right of what I thought was going to happen, and that's basically solidified it, but in a cool way that I didn't know, and it told some more stuff. So it was really cool. I thought everything there was sick.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very, like the way some of these things are handled is done very well. So you go exploring through St. Frost's.
Well, not everything.
I said some.
Yeah, we're literally about to get to a point that I have a problem with.
And if it's what I'm thinking, then I cannot blame the game. If it's what I'm thinking, I have an idea. I don't know it. I have an idea. We're going to have to wait and see. So anyway, you save some people, and then eventually it's like you end up shutting down the sperm bank. Pretty much. Nothing you can do. But you also find out that she was there. She wasn't stopped. Well,
yeah,
she was there. You don't know if anything happened, but you end up making your way to the roof. And
you do. You do, because once you're in the elevator, you see one of the vials was not with the others. The vial was removed, and now it's empty. And I even made a joke like, you probably shouldn't touch that. It was a vial of it, and it was empty, and it was not with the others. And I was like, probably don't touch that.
You also learn about that her sister Maya was there for surgery. More gets explained on this later. I feel like it should have been explained here more so, because I'm gonna spoil. Do I want to spoil why Aya's okay?
Don't. Let's continue. Don't spoil it, but you can explain why you think it should have been there when we get there.
Yeah.
Which I know which part you're talking about. Let's get there first.
Yeah. Okay. I thought about it and I was like, yeah. But anyway.
Let's stay in order, and then that's why I've been very quiet most of this video, because I want to wait till we get to the point of what I want to talk about.
Yeah.
But I gotta wait a little longer. We're almost there.
It's like how we were with Sea of Stars. I'm just sitting there waiting and watching. So
yeah, because we backtrack so much.
We end up making it to the roof, and you have a really fun boss fight against the Spider Woman. Very fun boss fight. All this is kind of going on. Very, very cool. I think it's done in a very cool way. I love the bosses.
I thought it was. I thought it was fun. I hated it, but I hated it because I knew it was RNG obviously, but there's also a pattern, and so it was a mix of I know what the pattern is and I know what it can be. I need to figure out how to do it, and it was so annoying because I know I was able to do it. Like I beat it, but one thing it was super annoying because it was that sense of this is extremely hard, this is not going well. They keep hitting me with the web because the pattern's RNG but timed at the same time, which throws it off even more so. And it's like you can predict it, but you can't at the same time, and so it was super annoying. It was a fun fight though.
Yeah. And
literally, funny enough, I fought it I think maybe 5 times, more than that probably. But one thing is on camera, I died multiple. I did several times, but as soon as the cameras went off, I was like, all right, like let me pause. Let me try to beat it. Like once I was full focus, I actually had the fastest run both times off camera. Whenever I stopped it to continue, and then whenever I had to reset for the next video and go back to it, I had to backtrack to it, then figure it out.
So while you're fighting this roof, after you end up fighting this thing, Eve is on the roof with you. She's on the roof with you. You chat with her for a little bit. And this is where she kind of admits that she has what she needs, and she does run here. Mm-hmm. But you also see jets flying around. The army's getting called in to try and help deal with this. So you see 2 jets flying around, and Eve is sitting there in a weird, like, Pokemon floating-esque, as if she's whatever the fuck her name was, the crystal thing with Volcanion. Do you know who I'm talking about? It was a
Diancie? Diancie.
Not Diancie.
That's what it reminds me of Diancie, the floating Pokemon. With like a weird bottom, but like a more normalish top half.
That's a Diancie?
Diancie is the rock Pokemon.
Then what is the other one?
The Diamond. Are you talking about the Diamond Rock Pokemon? Or no, not Diamond, Ruby. Or well, I think it is Diamond.
It is Diancie. I'm thinking of the whatever.
Yeah, I watched the Diancie movie was one of my favorite movies.
I'm
remember that.
I'm thinking of that other one that was in Unova, that Melody one that had a crush on Ash. Meloetta.
Oh, okay.
Anyway.
I was like the Melody Pokemon. I was like, what was her name? I was like, her name wasn't Melody, but that's why I remember calling her. But that's not her name. What was her name? But yeah.
So anyway, they fly off, and also the timing doesn't match very well in this in any capacity, because this is actually before you fight the spider. She turns one of the jet pilots into goop. He sits there. He's like, pulls off his thing, trying to breathe, and
but okay, now here.
And then she zooms on by. I'm watching it right now. They zoom by, then they circle around. Then circle around? Okay. Then her eyes kind of pop into it. Then one of them becomes slime, and then one crashes.
Play the cutscene here. Cutscene.
Right. I mean, I will, but I'm watching it right now too. Yeah. So anyway, one crashes. One jet gets gooped. The other one crashes into it, and so you're on a time limit. You are on a time limit to make it off the roof of about a minute, maybe a minute and a half.
Not a minute.
Is it not a minute?
You do not have a minute. You have 15 seconds.
It's not 15 seconds, because it took me a second to remember. It's about a minute.
It is not a minute. It is not a minute.
It's not 15 seconds. I'll tell you that much. Because
it's not 60 seconds. Well, you know what? We are not going to be debating. No, funny enough, right now on my channel we have the video, and as soon as I beat it, it's right here. Hold on. All right. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 34 seconds. You have 34 seconds, so both of us were wrong.
You looked at, I saw the look on your face slowly. I was like, oh, we're getting closer to a minute.
I was like, hopefully, yeah. I was like, we're getting closer to a minute. I was like, there's no way it was a minute. I know
we're both wrong, but it's right in the middle.
Right in the middle. Yeah, 30 seconds. So you have 30 seconds to figure out, which, by the way, here's where my first genuine complaint comes in. My first genuine complaint. After you lose to this, the game should have put you right at that scene when you lose. Because here's what happens. Now, I will say this, though. Whenever you die, there's an animation of her running, and she gets hit by the jet. She doesn't escape. But you can see where she's running to.
Yeah.
So once you die, you know where to go. The problem is fighting the whole entire boss again. You have to fight. So let's say like me, right? I had to struggle to beat the boss the first few times. If I struggled to beat the boss, and try to escape, now I have to reset the entire thing because I couldn't figure out the bottom corner. There was supposed to be a thing that I jump onto. I didn't think that. There was a door that I was originally in. That wasn't it. There's a giant hole in the ground. That wasn't it. I walk up straight down. Maybe I got to jump off the building. Maybe I have a parachute in my magic pocket. Nope. It is a little box at the very far side at the bottom. I think that's annoying. But whatever.
I'm going to tell you. Welcome to the days when auto-saving wasn't a thing.
Oh, I know. That's fine.
Save points
that's
were
fine.
all you had.
Oh, I know. I just think that's annoying. This is annoying. This was annoying. They shouldn't have done this, but it's whatever. This is not the big problem I have with this thing, though. This is fine. Because I beat it like record time, and then I reset, and I maybe beat it faster. It was definitely within the same time I pretty much got it quickly dealt with. And then I was like, looked around, then I found it. And also, again, when I died, I saw the animation of where she was running. I was like, oh, maybe I go there. Like, it seems like she was running to something. Like, so figured that out.
Yeah.
That's fine. I just think that's a little annoying. You go from fighting a boss to a quick time event to where the first 3 ways in my head of how to escape, none of them were it. And I had to die. And I didn't die and go to the thing. I had to die and fight the boss again. Which, by the way, there are save points that are not involving the phone. So they can implement more save points. They can do that.
They can. But there's never an autosave. And I don't and I'm 100% on this. I am, because I've grown up with these kind of games like this, I personally don't see any issue with it. And that's fine. Again, and I'm gonna. I failed. I failed. It's not the rest of the boss fight.
I failed. Failed a quick time event and was shown where to go.
Yeah, and the issue with
now, since I beat the boss once, I'll be able to beat the boss. So this area is fine. This is what I'm going to consider a minor complaint in the grand scheme. There is one like this that is much worse, and we'll get to that when we get there. But
that's 50-50.
It's not, and I'll tell you why. It's not when we get there. It's not when we get there, and I literally have everything of everything. Once we get there, I'll tell you.
We're gonna see how I go, but anyway, and also the reason
this is where Games and Gamers is going to show why it's Games and Gamers.
Right, and also right here matches really well because once this thing goes jet, you have 35 seconds before you have to get off the roof. So you hop onto the fire escape, and as you're on the fire escape going down, not fire escape. It's like one of those cleaning things.
Yeah, it's a machine to go up and down to clean windows.
As you're doing that. It gets hijacked by Spider-Woman, Spider-Queen, and you have to finish the boss fight on this thing. That's why I don't have an issue with this. This is a 2-phase boss fight.
I thought it was.
It's part of her. It is part of it because you see it's a window. As you're going down, she crashes through the window, and the little head grabber thing comes out, and that's what you shoot. That's the second part. This is the first true 2-phase boss fight in the game. Which is why I see no issue with this. Is you have to. I
found it annoying, but this is very nitpicky. Again, this is a very nitpicky, not an actual mega complaint to why I'm going to rate the game. That's not it at all.
So yeah, I'll go. You fight this thing, and then you make it to the ground. You see Maeda. And then, let's see, I reunites with Daniel Maeda, inform that Eve has taken the sperm. Daniel informs that Melissa was witnessed visiting the museum, prompting a visit to Clamp the next day. On to day 5. So we are nearing the end of the game because we actually are at the end of the game because there's 5 days in this game. Technically 6, but 5 game days.
Six is very small.
It's credits.
Yeah. Well,
No, it's not.
no, it's not. There. Yeah, you're saying that. I'm like, no.
It's end. It's the end.
Day 6. I'm saying, I'm glad it's an entire thing because it. Anyway, I will be right back. You take over.
Alrighty. So anyway. After this, they were talking with each other, and they decide they want to go do a little bit of while they're doing some exploring, because I cannot remember specifically why, but they go to Chinatown. They go to Chinatown in order to... I cannot remember why. Because they go to Chinatown, and Aya goes into the sewers. And I wanted Danger to be here for this part, but he's not going to be here for this part, so I'm going to drag out. But you go into another sewer section. Which I haven't seen him play it yet, so I don't know. But I'm thinking back to Silent Hill, where he had issues with the sewers. He hated those sewers. I can imagine him hating these ones, too, because I really don't care for it. The sewers are just very annoying. But you go into Chinatown, start traversing through these sewers with Maeda. He gives you another charm. And as you go through these sewers, you run into a water system where you can see the slime kind of entering the water supply. So you're like, okay, we got to stop this from going anywhere, cut it off. Maybe we can stop it. She goes into a control panel room and funnels the water out to where the thing ends up leaving, because I think she didn't want it to get it out into open ocean, that way it could actually escape. Is she wanted to make it at least contained in New York City, so the possibility of taking out would be there. So, floods that. She continues on into the sewer by moving some water stuff, fighting some enemies, which are just bats. God, I hated the bats. You also get to take on 2, not 1, but 2 Dino Gators that you fought in the absolute beginning of the game, which is, so fun. They're definitely not as strong, because you were a hell of a lot stronger than you were then, because this is 4 or 5 hours into the game. This is only about an 8-hour game, so it's not a long game. My first playthrough, if we discount the grinding, because I did a little bit of grinding here and there, I have on my channel about 7.5 hours of game. You do grinding, probably 9 hours. Hour and a half here and there, just kind of doing some stuff. So, anyway, continue on through the sewers. You make your way to an abandoned subway station. Walk on through the subway station. You find yourself a save, find some chests, find some items. And, I don't know, I figured he'd be back by now. What the hell is he doing? So, after you explore in these subway stations, all that stuff, you end up running into a splitway that takes you to one spot. You walk a bit further into it, and then you have a boss fight. An annoying boss fight. You take on a giant fucking centipede that can spit fireballs at you pretty much.
Very cool. I thought this fight was very cool.
It's cool, but fuck is it annoying. Because you're running around, and the thing will just spit purple fireballs at you. You gotta dodge.
Oh, yeah.
And then you take it to a second phase.
Dude,
and then there's 4 of them.
It was so funny, because I was like, here, let me go ahead and grab a rifle to keep a distance from this thing. Distance doesn't exist against this thing. It will get you anywhere.
Yep. So
and then also another funny thing, which I feel like maybe back then it would work, maybe, especially with like the 2 like middle pieces, but its body would then like float. This thing has magic. Its body would float and then rearrange like where it's going, and then rotate the other direction. Basically, to kind of mess with your eyes of where its body is. So let's say you've been shooting at like the second piece. Now you end up shooting at the third piece because you don't know if your eyes weren't able to track it. I was able to track it. I play guns involving games involving reflexes. I play guns. I play with guns. No, I play gun games that involve reflexes, so it didn't really catch me off guard. But I could definitely see it back then, probably catching someone off guard, not expecting that.
Yeah. So beat this, make your way outside, and then you begin to see you find a gate key, and as soon as you pick up a gate key,
Off the officer.
There's a dead man.
Oh wait, did we talk? You already talked about inside the. You already got past the sewer thing.
I said you probably hated the sewer. I hated the sewer because the spawn rate of enemies was fucking atrocious.
Okay, that's whatever though. But the scene with the the thing again, the scene with the blob, dude, that was cool. Like that, just seeing it there, and again, it was like, oh, this is like
It's in
saying
the water supply, and so she's trying to keep it
this
contained
is
in the
like
city.
these are the people from the concert, and you just see flesh everywhere. And then if you go down a thing, you basically fight like the first boss. Well, the second
Nice.
boss, first fight 2 times. Here's the thing though. Wasn't that hard because it was one phase? I wish they were 2 phases. I wish you had to shoot the
Well,
tail
and
and
also
then
at the
them.
exact same time, you are a lot stronger because this is 5-6 hours into the game.
Yeah, but it's just like yeah, they were easy. But
So
yeah, it was, and that was one thing like in games where it's like, oh, this thing was the big bad earlier, now it's just a minor enemy. But yeah, and then yeah, just seeing that this thing was trying to get into the water supply, it's huge, it's massive, it's all the people, like it was crazy.
trying to, and I wanted to keep it contained that way nothing else would happen. So anyway,
Yeah.
you see this and you see it kind of oozing off into the middle of the city, kind of towards the direction of the museum. I'm not entirely sure why we go to the sewer. Do you remember why we go to Chinatown and go to the sewer?
Because that's where she went.
The last thing we
Like,
know,
there's-
at the end of day 4, they talked about her frequenting
They
the
were
museum.
trying to find her, and Maida found like traces of her there. I think she was just trying to hide. She wanted to get into the water system. First, she was just trying to hide. Then she was trying to get into the water system. Then she was trapped, and then she still escaped. Even though she wasn't able to go throughout the whole system, she still escaped. Because basically, I think the plan was just to go through. Her plan was to go through the water system to get more of her, to then be even more secured and not be as exposed as she was. Because if that plan did work, nothing would be able to stop her. There'd be too much of her. But they stopped that from happening. Because again, not everyone escaped. Many people are like, "Oh, that's not real. You're making this up. It's the news. It's whatever." So it's like, So there's going to be a bunch of people still around still. And so she wanted to take that. But that's why we went to the sewer. Because she went to hide there. Because she wanted to get more people.
I can remember why we were going to the sewer.
We were just going to the sewer to chase her. Then we learned her plan, and then we stopped her plan.
It's such an insignificant thing as go to the sewer. Why? Yup.
It's because that's where Maida found traces of her. That's why.
Alrighty. I know my
There was a reason. There was a reason to go
I
there.
remember that part, but I cannot remember why they decided Chinatown. Because it was literally.
It's just a new location. It's because he found her there.
Okay. So yeah, you do that, then you end up going to the museum after all that's going on. And the museum, as I'm going to say this right now because we're reaching end game, is the last open world area of the game. You go into the museum, and as soon as you enter the museum, you see Clamp from behind the door go, huh! And just shutting this up his bag, just go, oh, she's here.
Oh, we don't know it's Clamp. In the game, they're like, oh, I wonder who the white cloaked person in the museum is. Yeah, who is that?
Well, I mean, okay, from realistically, all she saw was a door shut, probably. So she probably, you got to give it to her. Our point of view and her point of view are two very different things. So,
giant white shoulders, just, I wonder who that is.
I'm Clamp. Who are you?
Yeah.
So you end up, at this point, I really like the museum.
The museum is fun.
You can run
One minor problem I have with it.
Did you get
Minor.
lost?
No. Well, but going back and forth, just kind of giving a map in my head, it's annoying if you have to go to a point more than once, more than twice, and you have to fight more enemies. You didn't make any progression. Like, I would understand if, like, I went here, I then unlocked something, now there's people when I go back. It's I go there, I literally just went 2 rooms down, didn't find what I'm looking for. Let me go back, and then they're there again.
Yeah.
So there was
spawn rates in this game are RPG based, but at the exact same time, you know where enemies are going to spawn.
Yeah, oh yeah, again, I want to see how many times I predicted it compared to I went and there was nothing there. Like, I want to see how many was there in comparison.
You figure out it's Clamp, the security system's up, and you gotta go, because you can't get to his office, so you have to traverse the museum fighting off fucking dinosaurs!
Yeah, dude, we just seen dinosaurs. I was like, oh my gosh, there's dinosaurs.
Oh, dinosaurs
dude,
are cool,
it was...
though. No matter how stupid they are, it's fucking cool. So, you traverse, you end up turning it off, and as you turn off the security cameras that are in there, you see Eve sitting in a room, a gelatilized room, so you know she's in here, you don't know where. So all you know is, security room's done, we can go after Clamp. You go into Clamp's room. And like this is small stuff. You remember dialogue better than I do, so I'll let you butt in as need be.
So when we enter one thing is we see the door open. Security's off. We see the door open. We assume Clamp is in there. We go into the room and it's Maida. Maida's in there. I believe he's on the PC working through it, just trying to figure everything out. And they figure out a little bit more information. He's just trying to go through the things again now that the security's off. She's like, "Oh, almost shot you." Then Clamp goes in and he basically he straight up reveals, "Oh yeah, I'm the guy. I know about her." I know about Eve. I know about everything that happened. Humans are, and I don't just not like humans. I hate humans. I want them to not be around. We need to evolve. Literally we would not be able to survive without them, and they're the superior ones. Basically, he's on their side. He agrees with everything Eve said. And then he was you could join them because of your power, blah blah blah. Basically just kind of repeating everything that's happened and just revealing he is the villain. Nothing that I remember that was whenever I see dialogue that's that's good or a good line or good. Problem is he didn't really have too many. But then he walks up to Aya trying to stab her. And, MVP as always, Daniel comes in and decks him in the back of the head and launches him across the room. It was so funny. And he was like, "Didn't you see the scalpel he had in his hand?" And it was like, "No, why didn't you shoot?" And it was like, "Oh, I didn't see it. I didn't know." And to be fair, I didn't even see it either. It was so fast I didn't even see it.
You don't even see it in the model. It's just his hand goes for...
Oh, okay. I was like, I didn't even see a scalpel.
As far as I know, it's literally just oh, there's a scalpel there.
Yeah. I thought he was just gonna slap her, and I was like, "What are you doing?"
Bitch, I fought fucking gators 4 times your size. What's your slap gonna do?
Yeah, but it's so funny. But yeah. And then, now here's where I was like, okay, this caught my eye. Because he was Daniel was yelling, "Hey, why didn't you shoot him?" And then Clamp is like, "Daniel, why didn't you shoot me? She didn't know I had a weapon. You have a weapon. And I have information on your family. Why didn't you shoot me?" And he was just like, "I would love nothing more than to get rid of you right now. And I hope and know someday you'll get you'll get your due." But he's like, there was something he said involving he wasn't gonna shoot him. He already beat him down. He
someday, I'm not gonna be the one to give it to you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna turn into a murderer to get rid of you. I'm Batman. I'm the MVP. I'm the first time that Danger agrees that he is a good Batman. Daniel's the MVP. But
then he's also like, "You know what? Fuck it. Eve, do it."
Yeah. Clamp gets up and he's like, "All right, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to ascend. This is now. Give me the power." And then he just freaking pulls a chaosu and just blows. And then the funniest animation of Daniel and Maida just jumping out the window. And they're on the second floor, so that hurt.
They landed in snow, or one of them landed on top of the other. I imagine the cartoon. It's like, Maeda or Daniel? Which one do you look at? No, it's Maeda's smaller. Maeda? Where are you? Down here. That was a nice fall. Are you okay? No.
But yeah, and then she stayed inside because she wasn't affected by it.
That was such a wasted tactic. That was such a fucking wasted tactic. It's not because she was trying to spread the Eve stuff to. I don't know why it wasn't affecting him at that moment, and she could have just turned him off. But I'm surprised. But she should have just nuked all 3 of them realistically, as opposed to just Clamp.
Yeah, here's the thing. I think one thing is I think it's just plot. Let's just throw it in there. It's plot. They didn't think about it, blah blah blah. If we want to go ahead and do the thing where we throw in our own theory, I don't think she just knew. I think everything was going on, and she was just she was just focusing on having a baby. That's all she was focusing on. So that's why she locked herself in a room. She was as exposed as she can be. But then she heard Clamp just "I called your name, so now you can hear me. I'm in your domain, so now you can hear me." Then called out "I'm ready. You know what to do. We had this plan set. This was the plan." Because here's the thing. Again, she's at a weak state right now, and I'm sure Clamp interacted with her, and so that was probably the plan. Clamp was like, "Oh yeah, I'm ready. This will be the plan. You focus on whatever you need to do. and just I'll give you the signal when it's ready to go. That way you don't have to focus on trying to burn other things. Because I'm sure it's a move that in the game mechanic involves PE, and she probably is using all of her PE right now. So I feel like that's what it is. It's like, oh, let me save this for when I need to. So that's my throw-in of let me give an excuse for it. At the end of the day, it's just they probably didn't think about it, but let me just throw in an excuse that makes sense for it, and it does make sense.
And so,
but yeah, and then AO was trying to save him. And he's like, "Why are you trying to?" I wish I mean, it's because he just burned, but I kind of wish he was. At first, I thought he was gonna be fine. Is the thing? I thought he was gonna be fine. He's not. When we come back, if we go back there later, he's a burnt corpse. But he was like, "Why'd you try to save me still?" She was like, "Well, gotta try to save everyone."
Humans are good.
You're a human. Like, you're a human. I don't want any humans to die. Like, at the end of the day, you're still a human. I value a human's life.
We off-colors got to look out for ourselves. That's why we're the best. That's a Steven Universe reference, people.
One thing I will say though is Aya and Daniel, they're Batman. They have the Batman personality to them. And hate it if you want, but both what Daniel and Aya did in that room, they both had multiple chances to kill him. And when he was killing himself, that he still they still tried to save him. It was straight up just Batman.
So also during this, there's a cutscene that plays of some of the slime sliding through the museum, going towards a fucking T-Rex skeleton.
Yep.
And then you see it take over and bring the thing to life. This is we'll go more, we'll talk about here in a second, actually. So after that, you then start traversing where you're trying to get to where she is, Eve is.
And you now have Clamp's key.
You have that allows you full access to everywhere. You go up some stairs. You fight a dinosaur. What you fight is a fucking Triceratops that shoots lightning.
Here's the very cool thing, right? So one, there's a door on the top of the mountain, I guess wherever you're trying to go. It's just a way to get to it easier. You go upstairs. You try to go. As soon as I went upstairs, I saw it. I was like, wait a minute. Dinosaur with flesh on it in the corner.
Oh, the Triceratops. He's just sitting there watching and waiting.
I was like, hey, clicked on it. I was like, oh, well, I'm none the wiser. Let me go ahead and go over to the side. And then it attacks you.
So yeah, you fight a Triceratops that shoots lightning. It's a two-phase enemy. Shoot off its skull. It somehow still shoots electricity at you.
Yeah.
You kill it.
You be like, well, now I can finally go and then it goes.
And as soon as you fight it and beat it, and about to leave in a specific direction, leading to where Eve is, the thing respawns, and you get knocked down a story.
Can I just point out?
No.
Can I just point out, Aya has the most. This has to be the mutation
Which
stuff.
you're about to say,
because
yes, this should have killed her.
She gets hit. Number one, she gets hit by a Triceratops. Whether it's no matter what you say, she got hit by a Triceratops. She got hit.
Well, it also didn't have the horns, so at that point, it's just mass.
Okay, so it's but it is a
mass.
massive.
Don't get me wrong.
It is a massive mass. While she has her guard down, running straight into her. On the opposite end of her is bashing her against glass. So you have her bashing against glass with this giant, basically, let's just say a flesh fist, hits her through glass, hits her hard enough to hit her through glass, keeps going, and she falls 4 stories.
Not 4.
She should have been dead. There is no one living that.
2 stories.
It's the 4th floor.
It's not the 4th floor.
Yeah, it is.
No.
There's
3rd floor. If anything, it's 3 stories. Because the next floor, the 4th floor, is where Eve is.
Don't you go...
No. So yeah.
No, it is the 3rd floor. Yeah, because here's why. I thought up there was you go into the room and then you go upstairs and then you're at the 4th floor. There's stairs. Yeah. Okay, right, yeah. And then also, yeah. So it was still 3 stories.
No, and she also has a fucking dinosaur fall on her too. It's
3-story dinosaur fall. She should just be dead.
Oh yeah, 100%. A lot of these characters.
This is why at this point, yeah, she just has powers. She has powers.
So, she's also getting super strong at this point. Her
Yeah, like
mitochondria is evolving.
she's getting stronger as it goes. So there you go. Like it's because she has powers, so it's not. And she does like she's like, I think it would have been cool. It would have been funny. I'm glad they didn't because I would have hated they did if you lost like HP after that.
Or just slowed down in the fight.
Yeah, at least for like
slow.
at least for the first bit. Yeah.
So anyway, then after you get knocked down, you have probably one of my second favorite main story boss in the game. Fucking mutagenic Rex.
Yep. You go from a mini boss to a big boss.
Yep. You fight a T-Rex.
Back to back.
You fight the T-Rex. Very cool fight. I loved it. The design of the fucking flamethrower. The fact that I should have it up right now. At least, if not the video itself, a picture of the dinosaur. It's a really cool design for the thing. And I love how it... I love the way, at least when the bones kind of come in, you see the bones slowly start to move. You hear the clink, clink, clink as the meat, as the takes over. And this fight's very fun. I love this fight.
It's very fun. Yeah, it was very cool.
So,
and the dinosaur just turns around. Yeah, let me turn around. And then jump 20 feet in the air. Just turn around. It was like, oh, very slow boss. Not that big of a deal. And he could jump 20 feet in the air. Oh, let me just behind him. And because he has literally almost no neck, he can 360 his head and shoot you.
Yep.
Like, for a boss that was slow, he could do a lot. You were not escaping him.
For a boss that was slow, he was very fast.
Yeah, for a boss that was slow, he was able to get you.
So, you beat him, and then you go back up. You go up to the room, and you find good old nasty Eve.
It took me a minute to realize that the room because we were knocked out of the window and the hallway continued. It literally took me like another minute or two to figure out. Oh wait, I need to go to that room. Like that's the room I needed to go to because it confused me for a minute. I was like, oh, this was the room, and then cutscene happened, and I was like, I thought that was supposed to
get lost in here too. That place is so fucking massive.
It is, no reason. And I eventually got the map in my head. Like after a bit, I got the map in my head of where to go. The problem was just having to fight enemies in literally every single room, sometimes multiple, and then there's RNG. So if you have RNG multiple times in a single room, you are definitely fighting something in that room. And then you could fight it in between rooms.
I never ran into 2 enemies per room. It was always one set of enemies per room.
There was 2 hallways. There's 2 hallways to where you'd fight an enemy, and then you go literally a little further down a hallway, and then there's another enemy. Maybe it counts as 2. Okay, maybe it counts as sections because the camera does change. It's one area, but the camera does change, so maybe that's what it counts as. So, there's one very long hallway, and that it's where the security system is. There's like the security area. It's like an L. So is that it's one area, but I guess we count it as 2 because of the distance and the distance and the camera change.
Yeah. Okay.
It's one area though, but
so anyway,
but yeah.
After you do that, you meet Eve, and she is grossly, and I mean grossly pregnant.
Oh yeah.
It's gross. And then she's like, "Hey, Aya, it's almost time." And so she's like, "Eve, Maya, because this is her sister. No matter what, this is technically her sister."
Yeah.
And they're just sitting there chatting. She's like, "Hey, it's almost time. I'll be able to wipe out everything. It's almost time, but just so you know, we have you're not gonna be able to stop me. Do your best. Your mitochondria is weaker than mine, so see ya, bitch." And then the big old slime monster shoves its arm in, grabs Eve, and leaves. And then it has more. Then as she escapes, you have a cutscene of it. She's now being protected by a big bad slime monster, with the military trying to shoot rockets at her, at Eve. As she shoots the rockets are shot at her, they like divert. It hits the thing and like just pops off. And as the jets go by, it shoots off this ball thing. Looks like a nucleus almost looking thing. Shoots off laser beams, destroying the jets. The military's been beaten. So, oh no, there's only one person left to save it. Aya makes her way outside, sees Daniel and Maeda, and as they're chatting, a helicopter starts flying above them, which I love. Maeda's like, we're going to die! Hide! And all he does is he just... So, military lands, like, "Are you Miss Brea?" "I am."
Is his name supposed to be Mayday?
No, it's Maeda.
It's Maeda. Okay. I was thinking about. I was like, is that supposed like is that one of those things where it's spelled like that but said like Mayday? Because that seems like Mayday, the name of like a tech guy, but I don't know.
It's Maeda.
Maeda. Okay. I was thinking about. I was like, what it? But yeah. But yeah, the jet. One thing is with the number one, the helicopter thing lasted like 30 seconds. Like I was just sitting there waiting for it, and it was just lasting long. Also, I thought it was the helicopter crashing. Like bent down, cover like I was like, oh okay, like the helicopter's crashing.
And it's just a normal.
And after what happened with the jets closing in, I was like, move, let me run away. I don't move left, move right, move out of the way.
It's
like
slow and steady. And slow and steady winds up being,
soldier. It was a soldier.
Military man's like, hey, you need to come with us, please. We need your help to beat her. So Aya, Maeda, and Daniel hop on with military man, and they meet like Colonel, something like that. And Colonel's like, okay, you are Aya Brea. You are the only one who can do this. Our men cannot do this. If they get too close, they get turned to goop. So we need you to drop a nuke on her. But I don't know how to fly a jet. It is set to autopilot. You just need to be there to make sure to hit the button when the time is there. What about the rest of them? They will protect you. And I found this kind of sad. They're doing everything for their country right now, but it's kind of sad that they're literally it's Erwin's speech from Attack on Titan. It's like, we will ride today and we will die today. Do not let the fallen before you suffer by not doing the same thing they would do. So she hops in the jet and she starts flying. These people the other military men are protecting her as it's zooming in, getting shot. She drops the nuke. And as she drops the nuke, she kind of has a flash remembering Aya and Maya.
There was a manga.
Parasite Eve?
Yes.
Really?
There was a manga for Parasite Eve. Apparently, it is a continuation. It is a part 2 of the game.
Huh.
Yeah, right down here, manga. There was a two-part. Never mind. There was not part 2. There was a 2-part manga released exclusively in Japan called Parasite Eve Diva. NY Shino Utaheim, I believe is how it is.
Utahime.
It translated to Diva of Death. Yeah. Where's the part that follows locations and events listed in the game? So it's a manga. It's just a manga based off the game, but that's cool.
Man, Parasite Eve has a lot to it.
Yep.
So, anyway, you end up now having the final fight of the game. Eve is the big blob monster spread out. Eve has mutated. She's no longer pregnant, but she's mutated now, having like a dark blue complexion. Very cool looking. Like, that's why I like this game. Is the enemy design is immaculate. Mm-hmm. You fight her, and she's like, hey, you need to understand, mitochondria, we are better than them. Why the hell are you protecting them? Well, I'm one of them. You aren't anymore. So I'm going to protect them. You fight.
And also one thing of the speech was like, we've been letting humans, like, we're not a disease. The humans are. We've been letting y'all evolve over the years, building us a world. Everything y'all have been doing, we've been allowing you to do. So that way when we take over, we have the world ready to go. You just basically placed it in front of us, and now we're going to take it. And so that would be interesting of it once she takes over. Once she does take over the world, what's her plan then? So it basically just seems like humans would be gone, and the mitochondria would be advanced humans. It would be what we would assume aliens would be, basically. Like, that's what their plan was to do, is to take over and make everything better, be better. That was basically their plan. And yeah, so it's very interesting. She's like, no, I'm human. I am human. And because you were a threat to humans, much like we're a threat to you, you're a threat to me, I must destroy you. Like, you have to go. She doesn't want to kill her.
Yeah.
But very clearly that it's not her sister. She has to. Like,
I would rather not. I have to.
Yeah, she wishes that after everything Eve has done, she wished Eve could just say, oops, my bad. Whoopsie, sorry, please forgive me. And it would be like, oh, thank goodness. Like, okay, let's go. Like, I'll let you get in the jail cell for ever, and everything will go back to normal. Like, She didn't want to, but she had to at that point.
But you fight her, and
Very interesting fight. Very
the
interesting
fight's
fight.
fun. It's not my. It's. I want to put it as like one of my lower ones, though. It's not the most
It
interesting fight.
It was a 3-phase fight, and like she has not 3-phase. It's 2-phase. She had 3 points of attack at once. She had like 3 targets. Basically, you just kind of start at the bottom and go up and defeat all the targets. You defeat her, and then it's like, okay, come back. We already know you're not done. Then she comes already. Her form, by the way, looks like it's not complete. She was trying to evolve her form and like have birth with the child, and it seems like it both messed up. And now she's like this. She was not fully complete, and you defeat her. But then she comes back in what is very clearly now her completed form. This is the form that she has now that is completed. And she does look different.
Yep.
You fight against her, and then after a while, you eventually defeat her. And she basically, it's like a mixture of glass and goo falling apart at the same time. It's like a fragment. Yeah, very cool.
No,
yeah, he
that's
just showed me
not
artwork
what you
of
think.
it.
That's not what you think. What I just sent you.
Oh, I know. I know. This is not the other thing. This is the other thing. But yeah, it's very cool. And I actually think by this point, once you beat her, you can actually acquire this.
You're already supposed to. No. What I'm telling you, that is not what you're thinking it is. That's not Aya.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, it's not. Oh,
It's
not
not.
Aya or. It's not Aya or Eve.
It's Eve. It's not Aya.
Yeah, it's Eve.
This
yeah.
is a different one. The one you're thinking of is a different form. It's like a blue version of what. We'll get on this in a minute. So
Yeah.
you fight her, and as she goes to fly away, she basically turns into goop.
She starts falling. Like she shatters like glass and then falls. Very creepy, by the way. She just literally becomes goo and just melts into the rest of it. And then here we go.
Day
Finally,
5 is done. On to day 6. The world is at peace.
the world's at peace.
And you're on a ship. You're on the Navy ship that kind of everything was getting planned on. And you still have a little bit. It's like, hey, Wayne. It's like, hey, you want me to name your gun and your armor? I can.
Yeah. Daniel was like, I just want some time alone after everything that's gone on. I just want time alone. Maida, I think you talk to him a bit, and then you go. No, you go inside. He gives you another thing, and then he walks off, and then you get to talk to Wayne, and Wayne just basically kind of gives you everything you had before that you can like mess with.
And those
and then there's
that gets transferred over. So in your next game through, you can have those fun things.
Yeah, and then also the soldier will
give you weapons,
give you supplies.
Ammo. Yeah, he'll give you supplies, and then you go back outside, and they're just
nope. You save. And then you go outside.
How often have I fucking said, and you saved?
No, this is important. You save here. In this room, there's the 2 guys.
Yes,
I know.
Yeah, Danger.
This is important. This is important.
I have not said a single time except once that you saved. There's a save point in the room. Yes. You know how many other times we haven't talked about save points at all?
This is important. This is important for me. This is important. You save here. And then you go outside.
Fine. You save here. Then you go outside and they're talking. Like the world's at peace.
And this is important.
What's the next plan? Well, I don't think the world's at peace because something went away from the island.
No, they were just talking a bit.
No, they are. But then they're talking a little bit of the stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But then they also talk about, hey, we saw something escape from the island. And I was like, I knew something did not feel right.
No, that's not what happened. What happened was they went to okay, so it was at the Statue of Liberty, and they were wondering why. They're like, it's finally over, and they're like, I wonder why the Statue of Liberty is where she went to. Well, it's on land, but it's also near the water. The water is where they originated from. I also thought it was funny that like she targeted like the Statue of Liberty. I thought a little attack against humanity to get rid of that, but also it kind of sucks they didn't go against it, but like go along with that as well. But yeah, that's just one of my filler things. But yeah, near the water where it would have started, deep down underwater. So that was basically the idea. And then afterwards, they were like, "Well, it's finally over." Then, like all of a sudden, Aya feels that burning feeling again. She's like, "Wait, what is this? No, it can't be. Like they're not like it's happening again." Then in the water, we don't see Eve come up. we see a freaking
We see the baby.
We see the baby. We see a bunch of things like wiggling around inside, freaking out. And then we see its claws like open the thing, and it is a baby that screams out and cries.
Also, yeah. Is that possibly? I don't know. All I remember is him kind of hopping onto the ship as everybody else was escaping.
Not yet.
Maya
Not
tried
yet.
to give up. So then she Okay, so after that happens, she tried.
Once he opens the thing, he screams. Then they're like, "What is that? Like, it's the perfect being. It was born." No. Then the being gets out, starts crying and screaming, and just it being there, ships started blowing up. Multiple ships started blowing up, and they're like, "Okay, we gotta go. Like, it's here." Maida tried to give something to Aya again, and Daniel was like, "No, we don't have time for one of your little charms. Like, we need, like we gotta go. You don't have time." It's like, "No, this isn't a dumb charm. This is something. This is important. Let me just..." And then he was like, "Nope." And then he pulled him out of there. Aya was like, "Go, both of y'all go. I'll fight this thing." Then they leave. Then we see a cinematic with the ugly little baby climb onto the ship and eat shit by bashing its head to the bottom of the boat. It climbed onto the boat.
And so begins the final fight.
And so begins
a 4-phase boss fight.
And here begins the next week of your life. And here it begins.
So this fight is my favorite in the game. It's a 4-phase boss fight. By something I said earlier, it's a 4-phase boss fight. You fight first phase, it's wee little babby that makes babby sounds. You kill it, it evolves. After you kill it, it evolves into an adolescent one. And the music's changing with every one, and its attack patterns change. It becomes a whole new enemy. You fight adolescents. You beat it. Then, boom, it evolves into the perfect form. And I love the music goes because it's an almost devilish angelic choir that's just like going, playing. It's gorgeous. It's so good. And as you shoot it, you do no damage. You do a single point of damage to it.
It's
over and
fourth
over.
Evolved form.
Is it fourth?
Yeah, that's it.
I don't think
There's
that's fourth. You have baby, you have teen, then you have big bad.
No. There is 4 forms.
There are 4 forms.
But
you fight baby, you fight teen, you fight
teen,
muscle.
You fight adult, and then once you beat it, it evolves again.
Yes.
It's its giant form. Yeah, you like said its third form, and then kept going. You didn't even say that.
I think the point's wrong. Hold on. I think you have it wrong.
You fight the baby.
Yes.
Which the baby can scream. Then you fight the kid, which, by the way, the kid can split into 2. Then you fight the third, which the third is this it's like strong buff man form with I think he has wings and whatnot, and he has a gem on his head. Then once you finally defeat it, it evolves again into this giant manta-looking thing, this giant manta ray-looking thing.
Yeah, I was right. You cut me off to tell me exactly what I said.
But you just straight up went from the buff character to the evolved character. Like you were like,
I said I went from baby.
Yeah, there's no cut in
baby.
between.
I said you fight baby, you kill baby, it becomes the adolescent version. You kill adolescent, then it becomes this ultimate. It's adult form.
Yes. And then it evolves afterwards after that.
I'm in the middle of the adult form right now.
You skipped! You went to
I didn't! You're fucking hearing things!
You said the 1 damage? The 1 damage was against the 4th form.
No! The 1 damage was against the buff form.
No, it wasn't.
You do not shoot the 4th form. The 4th form chases you on the ship.
No, that's the 5th form.
No, that's 4 forms.
The baby's a form. The baby is a form.
Baby, teen, muscle, which will kick your ass. That's what killed you. Then the one that chases you. 4 forms.
No. That's the big form.
Find manta
ray.
The 5th.
The little worm thing. Forms. The little worm thing. That's the 5th form. Is the little worm thing.
Danger, you are wrong.
Nope. Little worm thing is its own form.
Forms.
It has. It makes a different form of a fish.
There's saying it. Find it. Find it.
It is when it chases you. When it chases you, that's a different form.
That's 4th.
That is 5th. That is 5th form. it transforms into something else.
Here's baby. There's teen.
If I show you the picture of the 4th and the 5th, they look greatly different. Different form.
Danger, you're going to piss me off because you're adding a form to it that is unnecessary.
Massive manta ray, little dolphin.
Yes.
It is a little dolphin
buff.
thing.
Big buff to the swimming thing. Baby.
The massive swimming thing?
4. I'm looking at it right now.
I gotta find the picture. You're ticking me off. Parasite Eve. The freaking final boss. Images. Let me find a picture of it. Ultimate being. Here we go. Here's like it's no,
Baby?
That's not the right one.
Baby.
It has 2 forms. There's the absolutely massive form, and then there's its little form. Not you. Move out of the way. Where is it? It becomes smaller and it chases you.
Yes, Danger. Yes, I know.
That's a different form. It's different.
That's
it's not the same shape.
4.
No.
Baby, teen, a buff, chase. It's a 3-phase fight with a 4th phase.
It's massive and it has little beam laser things. It is massive and it flies.
That's the buff form. That's the buff form I've been saying for 5 fucking minutes.
It looks like a manta. It's a manta ray thing.
You are fucking it up, thinking the manta ray is the fucking 2nd form.
No.
Danger.
What?
You are
second form.
You are fucking everything up. Yes.
I'm not.
You have yet to prove anything, and I'm looking at the forms right now.
I need to take a screenshot. I need to take a screenshot of this. Where's my phone? I'm taking a picture of this. There is difference.
You are going to piss me off because you're going to literally say everything.
Giant thing, and then go to the chase. Smaller form. It is smaller during the chase.
Hey, Danger.
Yeah.
So, baby,
it's smaller. Found
child, adolescent. But here's the thing. It has baby, child, and its adolescent is a buff form. It just buffs up. Its adolescent is just buffed up. It's not a new form. It's just buffed up. 4 fucking forms. 4.
It loses wings, then gains wings. It loses wings, then gains wings.
You are pissing me off because I'm looking at it right now.
You're pissing me off.
I'm looking at the fucking things right now.
We can continue, but yeah, it is 5.
No.
Yes.
No.
We'll continue, but it is 5 different forms.
I'm gonna have to cut all this out because we're danger. I'm looking at it right now.
Then let's just continue, but it's 5. We can talk about this off camera.
I'm watching the fucking fight right now. 4 forms. It has baby, it has teen, it has adult, and it has a buff version of it. But no. There's
2 forms of I'm blue, dabba dee, dabba die.
It's buff.
There's 2 different blues.
Danger. We're done with this. So
I know, continue. I know.
We fight it. We fight him. I'm gonna have to cut out literally 10 minutes because you are stubborn and wrong.
No, I'm not. It's right here.
I just watched the fucking fight. Don't tell me what I just fucking watched isn't what's in the fucking game. It's buff. He's like.
I'm gonna take pictures later.
He's like Trunks. He's like Trunks. It's not a new form. He's just buff. It's adult. He worked out. That's what made him godlike. He got buff. That's not a new form. He's just buff. 4 forms.
Let's just continue. Just continue.
I could have been sleeping 10 minutes ago. So. You fight, whenever you make it to the final, you make it to his 3rd form, he's big old buff. Big old buff, you're not hurting him in any way. Maeda is like, man, if only I gave this to her, it would end up helicopters flying around over top of him, and they're watching everything go down. Like, hey, she's not doing anything to him. Maeda's like, man, if only I had the chance to give this to her. If only somebody didn't pull me off of her. What is it? It's a clip. I use some of her cells, her mitochondria, to make special bullets in case something like this happened. But we can't get it to her. Daniel looks. We can get it to her. Grabs the thing, hops out of the helicopter.
The MVP, he fucking just give me it, jumps out and I was like, is there no parachute? There's no parachute. This man just grabbed the bullets, jumped out, went through. He got close to both of them, so he set onto fire and he threw the bullets right at to get, and he falls into the water. This man jumped out of a helicopter, was falling with style on fire, threw the bullets to Aya for her to load the gun, and fell into the water.
Yep.
I thought he was dead.
So he hits the water, and Aya has a new clip. And this clip does maximum damage.
Yep.
Not maximum damage, because you can do over 1,000 damage in this game. But it does 999 damage per shot. One fun thing about this whole fight, too, is during this, you had this is something I really want to bring up because it's so fucking cool. Is Aya, right as soon as you actually level up from fighting Eve, story-based wise, once you beat Eve, you get a whole new move known as Liberate. Liberate is it's a limit break for those who play Final Fantasies. It's the ultimate move. Aya evolves into her true mitochondrial state and like stops time pretty much. And kicks.
Yeah, and it's very similar to Eve's final form that we fought. That's like, oh, I'm defeated. Well, here's my perfect form. It is very similar to that.
I think I could be wrong on this, but I do think what you're thinking of is I don't think she looks like that.
It looks similar.
I'm gonna have to look.
It's like it's white. It's way more white than green, but there's still green on it. It's mostly white. She has the wing thing. Her hair goes down like that to where it looks like it's like two different like segments.
Yeah.
It's similar. It is very similar. It's not the same color.
Danger,
no.
the manta ray you're thinking of was Eve. I think.
No.
Because this is what you fight as a final. This is her final form, main game.
No. But yeah, they do look similar though.
This is her. No, yeah, no. This what
First two look similar.
Is the secret boss. This here is the normal boss.
Yeah, I want to fight the secret boss.
Good fucking luck. So,
but I'm imagining you gotta do a bunch of other stuff, like all the side stuff and whatnot. Probably.
All the side stuff, no, but we're about to get into that. So anyway, you kill it. You beat it. And as soon as you beat it, the thing goes from its buff form and deflates. You think everything's good, it starts flopping around crazily. Not dead. So Aya's like, shit, I gotta kill it. And also, what I really like I don't know if you picked up on it, but your gun was doing less damage as the fight went on. I don't know if you picked up on that. It's not much, but it does less damage as the fight goes on. That's why in this final phase, his buff form, you do 1 damage. He's evolved to survive normal bullets.
Yeah, with normal bullets, yeah, you only do 1 damage.
Yeah, which sucks because I use my uber powerful gun and I'm shooting him and he's just like, huh?
Yeah.
So anyway, you then are on, honestly, one of my favorite parts of the game. It's done really well. It's why I classify this as a 4-phase boss fight. It's like how, because this is part of it. Because the boss, you have to kill the boss using the ship. Go to the ship and use the boiler room and blow up the ship to hopefully kill the final boss. So you have a chase scene. And I can understand the aggravation of it, especially from Danger's point of view, because at 4 in the fucking morning, I get a message from, I've been fighting this boss. I can't beat it. Then I get later I get a message from 80 minutes. They said it took him to beat it.
Oh, no. 80 minutes to defeat phase, well, what you're saying is phase 3. That took me 80 minutes. Just that alone, by the way, which we'll get into the argument.
Yeah,
what I'm going to say about why I think that this game is lower than what you may like, but it's what I think it is.
Here's the thing. The game itself never had a super big difficulty jump. And I like that there was such a difficulty jump with the ultimate life form.
It was, and again, we'll get there.
You run through the ship. You're being chased by this ultimate life form that now looks like a flying fucking fish. And the music's picking up behind you. If this thing touches you, you die.
You die.
And you have to go back to your last save and
Which is
refight the boss.
this is why I pointed out this save. Out of every save, this is the only one I pointed out because it is before the baby. And then then
So
we continue.
You run
and
through the ship.
Yeah, you
you
go ahead and go because I'm about to be taking over the mic for like the next 10 minutes.
You eventually. I'm gonna be so fucking tired for work tomorrow. You run through the ship. You make it to the boiler room and you set it up to explode. You narrowly manage to escape the ship as it explodes with this thing chasing you, and it's dead. Cut to the next day, a New Year's Eve. Yeah, New Year's Eve. It's not New Year's Eve. If not New Year's Eve, it's New Year's.
Hold on. Go back. They talked about more about what happened once they get to shore, remember? They get to land and they start talking. This was one of the things you said you wanted to talk about.
No, it wasn't. No, it was on the ship, not while they're on land.
Oh, okay.
It got touched on. It got explained more.
Yeah, I gotta explain more after you defeat the boss. Like, truly defeat the boss.
I had a whole plan for it. I had a plan for it. But since you brought it up, now I gotta bring into it.
All right.
Thank you. But anyway, after this, like Danger's brought up, Aya gets explained to why her thing was not fucked up. So her mother and sister died in a car wreck. Aya was in that car wreck too. Aya needed a transplant too. So Maya, being her twin and a compatible donor, part of Maya, was it her eye? What was it? It wasn't.
It was her right eye. It was her right eye.
Okay, it was her eye. Her eye gets transplanted into Aya's eye. And one thing I really wish, just for the thing of it, is Aya's eyes. Both eyes were different colors. I wish that was foreshadowed from the get-go. That would have been like...
I don't think I would have liked it if they did that.
Well, I mean, she has one super bright... Well, heterochromia exists. So it's two people with different colored
Yeah.
eyes. So she sits with bright blue eye and dark blue eye. That would be cool. That's what I'm saying. Is you look at that, that's really cool.
Yeah.
It's foreshadowing from the get-go that she's different, not born with heterochromia. She has something different. But this eye itself did not have enough power to...
I will say though, with the whole illusion of like the her kid self and her sister, and not really knowing what's going on, if you saw one had clearly a different eye color than the other, then you could put a few pieces together that okay, there's some. I don't think I would have liked that. I think
that's why it's adding depth to it. So if you figure, I like when if I can figure something out before it happens. It's really cool.
Well, I mean, you're able to do that
clues,
now.
The clues that are laid out go really well.
Yeah.
So I think that right there. So, it also gets explained how Eve came into being. So Melissa took enough medicine. She was taking immunosuppressants. These immunosuppressants were shutting down her system pretty much to the point that it was almost just a shell of itself, allowing Eve to take over. Because she had Maya's kidney, which held the cells, mitochondria of Eve. And so she took the medicine to literally shut herself down, weakening her body enough, her immune system enough, that Eve took over. Aya's eye got replaced, and her body took control over it, which is really weird because the eye is not in the same immune system as the rest of the body. Because sad fact, Danger, your body doesn't realize your eye is here and could randomly one day just start eating your eyes away. Very sad, scary fact. This is an actual thing.
Yeah.
And so that's part of it doesn't make sense.
Same thing can happen with your liver to where it just attacks it. It just thinks, oh, liver's bad. Let me just... Very scary as if it thinks your heart's bad. Oh, heart's bad.
Oh, it doesn't, like, it's not that. It detects something wrong with it, and your body sometimes doesn't do it. But your body does not know your eyeballs exist. So randomly, your white blood cells could run into your eyeballs, and you're fucked.
Yep.
So anyway... So you basically find out her eyeball, she's in control over it, and that's why Eve's cells are there, but it's not enough to affect anything, so that's why she's in control. Then cuts to next day. They are harkening back to the beginning of them going to the opera. The fucking opera in Carnegie Hall, watching everything going on. This whole little bit is a funny way to end it. So, open the thing, and it's Ben, and he's like, oh my god, Aya, you're so pretty, let me open the door for you. Opens the door, Aya comes out in her little dress, she's all happy, Maeda's there, Daniel's there. Maeda is trying to talk to her, and Ben's like, "Ha! You can't talk to her because she's so pretty." It's fucking hilarious. So he's like, Maeda just doesn't know what to say. They go inside. It's a happy ending to all this. They go inside, and Maeda's talking to Aya, trying to figure out what Maeda's plan is. Doing all that, they're talking. Daniel and Ben went to the bathroom, concession, whatever it was. I think it was bathroom. They come back. He's about to say what it is, because he's about to confess to Aya that, hey, I have feelings for you, Aya. Do you love me? Ben comes in and just, scoot over. I want to sit by Aya. Little dude's such a fucking cock blocker. It's hilarious. Oh my god. So then everything starts. The play begins to go on like normal. And as soon as the part goes where whoever's on stage begins to sing the song that started everything that happened, Aya and Daniel shoot up with their guns. Shoot up like, huh, what's about to happen?
Yeah. All three of them shoot up, and the people in the back were like, hey, like, you're in the way. They're like, oops, sorry. Yeah, all three of them sat back down. I was like, sorry, like, instinctively got ready for chaos.
And then after that, a cutscene begins to play. And Danger, explain to me what you think the cutscene means.
I can't fucking tell you. But the only thing that I can think of, the only thing, is it's with her eyes, and she hears the singing. My literal only potential thought is that how she was saying the mitochondria lived in everyone, how like it's in everyone and that they're just waiting to awaken. That moment, for some reason, because it happened before, it instinctively happened again. Whatever that was just triggered everything to kind of activate. And why it's in the eyes, I don't know, but everyone's not burning to a crisp. So I feel like it's just showing that it's in everyone. It's showing like, oh, there's another eyes, because one thing is a bunch of like several times it was showing Eve's eyes. It was showing her eyes, and I feel like that it was just leading it to again to their, well, there's everyone, there's literally another person right behind there. That's literally the only thing I can think of, and just because of Aya being Aya, hers triggered first, and then everyone else happened, because I don't know why else everyone else would get it.
Well, the issue with everybody has mitochondria, and the thing is, to my knowledge, it never's actually like thoroughly said why. It's one of those up to interpretation kind of things.
Yeah,
because Parasite Eve was never supposed to have a sequel. It has a sequel, but it's left up to interpretation. So what I know of it is
I didn't like it. I didn't like it. Well, a lot of times there's a leave up to what you think happens, and you can make fun stories.
Here's the thing of it is Aya is using the mitochondria, because she's now in control of it, to protect everybody else around her. And so she's activating the protection.
We had very different ones to protect, ones to potentially attack.
This is not from me. This is not for me. This is a big thing, because I did a little bit of research into it. One of them is it's showing that anybody has the capability to become Eve is one thought. Or Aya is using her mitochondrial powers, because it focused on her first, to prevent it from happening again.
Both are very interesting. That's a cool thing to where, leave it up to whoever the person is. I just didn't like it.
And then roll credits. All right, everybody, we're going to just stop this right here. So, Games and Gamers, Danger and I both very much love this game. Have no issues whatsoever with this game.
Yeah. Give me the mic. Give it. Give it to me. Give it back. Give it.
Danger, let me go to bed.
No, I need 5 minutes.
Fine.
Not even. Give it to me. All right. Give me that shit. All right. So, one thing is this game, I love this game. Personal rating is very high. The game itself, though, I am going to give a rating that maybe not everyone is happy with. I'm happy with it, but because I'm happy with it, I'm unhappy with another rating. First things first, let me get this out of the way. This is going to be the first and potentially only time I ever do this, which
it's wrong.
And I'll give.
It's wrong. It's an unfair thing.
I'll give my explanation first, and here's why. Number one, I am going to give my problem with the game. Literally one of the only problems that I have with the game is the end of the game. That is one of my only problems, which is the fight against the final boss. You have to save, and you have to fight every single phase. Most people, including Hayden, might not think that's so big of a problem. Here's where my problem with it is. Whenever you fight against the boss, you save. The baby form alone can do like 400 damage if you get hit by it. Its range is extremely wide and it goes everywhere. This phase is very little, very easy. You can go by it pretty fast. Not that big of a deal. Next phase, it's one enemy. After you fight the one enemy for a bit, turns out, it's two enemies. Not only have they been attacking you with the very annoying attacks to dodge, but now you have two shooting at you, which could be at the exact same time or random times. And it immediately throws you off, and if you get destroyed by this point, you're going to be sent back. Okay, cool. I got through the first fight, not so hard. The second fight, a little bit annoying, got through it. Third fight. The third fight, it alone, I fought for about 80 minutes to 2 hours. I actually literally think I spent in total 2 hours on that phase alone. Now let me tell you all this. This is 2 hours straight. I was playing on an emulator, so I was able to save right as I got to the boss fight. And I was able to reset every single time. The boss was incredibly annoying. Number one, enemies hurt you when you touch them. But this boss, you can run right up to, touch him, and he doesn't hurt you. Never knew that, never knew why. Because every other time,
He's flying.
it is shown that he hits you every single time. The birds can hurt you. The birds fly.
Lower. You can tell in the way of it, he's a lot higher. He's actually sitting above.
The birds and the bats fly around, and they can still hurt you. So every other time, no idea they just can't hurt you. Also, we've been shown that enemies flying can hurt you, and we've been shown that enemies can shoot you even if they're not. They can attack you even if they're facing to the side of you. So one thing is his attacks were one. So he had several attacks. One is where he can dash at you and he does 2 attacks in a row. One is where he dashes at you and he just takes away all your HP and your run's pretty much over. And yes, I'm going to say it's pretty much over after that. Then whenever he's shooting his purple Frieza beam balls at you, you're supposed to dodge them. They are incredibly annoying to dodge. I eventually figured out how to do it. Pretty much my way of how to dodge it was not guaranteed. It could be far more probable, but it is, at the end, it is still RNG to a point. You could just trigger where the RNG starts. What you're supposed to do is walk up to him and hide behind him whenever he does that attack. Why am I going to think, number one, that he doesn't hurt me when I touch him? Number two, that these orbs that follow me will no longer follow me if I'm just behind him. Also, he's in the very corner. I didn't know there was a corner behind him. He's already so far in a corner. So this fight alone took me forever. Let me tell you this. Those 2 hours would have been 3. 4 maybe. Because I have to get through the baby and the adolescent form first. I have to get through these 2 prior forms first, which take time and are annoying. And again, also, especially the second phase, RNG. Then finally, we beat this, right? We finally beat this. It took me 2 hours. Let's say for the, you could be less. But again, you're also adding on the time with the previous bosses. So it could have been way more. Then you go to this next form where there's 4 people. There's not 4 people, 4 little things shooting at you in this invincible boss. These guys can hit you from 60 to 70 to 80 per beam. And you have 4 of these quickly moving around shooting at you from different directions. You have already pretty much used quite a bit of your resources to get here, most likely. I did. So I didn't really have much to go on against this thing. So now you used up most of your resources, probably most of your PE, and now you're just waiting the clock to get the bullets. You get the bullets, you're shooting them, you still have to prepare, make sure you're still healed up. Finally, you defeat it. Nope, you didn't beat it yet. So already did you defeat it 3 times. You think it's done. Then it evolves again. Then you beat it. Then it comes back. And this is why I say it is a 5th form. Because you defeat it and it comes back. So finally, and it looks different. So finally, it's like, okay, now this thing is chasing you. I've had to defeat this thing 4 times. Each of them being annoying. More than once. I've died multiple times to get to this point because I'm just now playing this for the first time and I'm playing it unspoiled on anything. Let me move inside. Number one, by the way, it doesn't matter how fast you are, he is always going to be right behind you. By the way, it's not like if you ran immediately, went into the room, okay, now you have 2-3 seconds to spare. No. As soon as you go into the room, which takes a second to open, then you see the save point. Oh, let me go ahead and save real quick. That way I can get inside. Nope, the save doesn't work. But you don't just say the save doesn't work. You have to go through the animation that, you're picking up the phone, you put it to your ear, brr, 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 which, by the way, the game doesn't freeze. I think my problem would have been taken away, and this game could have been given a higher rating if this one thing wasn't here. I'm going to be honest with you. You put it here. Sorry, this save doesn't work. The communication is terminated as they're getting closer and closer to you. Then you go, put the phone away, do the little animation, walk over to the door. This giant iron door, which takes like 3 seconds to open, and then you can die. If you go to the save point and then try to open, you're dead. As soon as you click the save, you're dead, by the way. You don't have time to click the save and then the door. You do not. I was spamming X to save and it wasn't working. He keeps moving. And so you just die if you fall for that trap. So in other words, you can fight the first phase, fight the second phase, which is 2 phases, by the way, fight the third phase, fight the fourth phase, have a fifth phase. Fifth phase can trap you. Then you have to keep moving. Oh, but we're not done yet, though, ladies and gentlemen. You have to go through this long hallway. Make sure you go the right way. Thankfully, I went the right way. Go through, head down to the engine room. You go to the engine room and you turn on the power. You turn off the power. You set it to blow, right? Now this boss is standing right in front of you. And then you try to run away, and guess what? There's pipes in your way. So now here in this situation, you had this boss that you had to fight multiple times, got hit by a trap, this thing one-shots you, definitely does, because as soon as you were at the door trying to escape, then he one-shots you again. Now, you are at a point where you were cornered by him, stuck, you're just there. What in the world would make you think that now it is okay to touch him and you can walk right by him? Because for some reason, he's standing still now. Now he is standing still, and for some reason, why in my right mind would I think I could walk up to him? By the way, another trap. You walk around him, you go to the ladder. Nope, you don't escape through that ladder. You have to escape through a ladder that is on the other side of the room. You cannot see. Pipes are in the way, blocking you from getting to it from the first area. Boss is there to waste time. So you have now gone through boss phase, double boss phase, boss phase, boss phase, chase with 2 traps in it, and 2 ways to misguide you. Then you can beat the game. But if you lose at any point, you are sent all the way back. I spent a lot of time on just the third phase, the actual third phase, not the 2x2. The actual third phase took me so long, and we would not be here right now recording this if I played it the proper way. The fact that it took me so long of consistent hours playing nonstop to beat, failing for traps, with traps being set. One thing is I think it would have been fine. I would have been fine with everything if there was not multiple traps set in place for you at that last chase scene. I understand if it was the whole ominous thing, but the fact that there were so many traps, a block, the bosses were annoying, all this phase after phase after phase after phase after phase after phase after phase, you were literally spending a 10th of the game figuring this out. And again, I'm assuming here you were just a basic player. If you're a guy who's been mastering RPGs, then you could probably expect some of this. If you were a guy who has all the time in the world and you don't care, you're probably expecting this. But a perspective I am thinking from is a person who's wanting to play a game, they are wanting to enjoy it, they're wanting to try it out, and not everyone enjoys games that are so hard. I am a person who can understand when a game is hard. I enjoy when some games are. I enjoy Sonic games. That should kind of tell you something. I enjoy games that are ridiculous. But this is beyond a point that I can look at this and be like, okay, I spent all this time on this game, which has had problems here and there between placements, between the story, there's all these little things that's whatever. I finally get to the point to defeat the game, to get the story that I'm wanting, to finish this, and I've literally spent most of my time in this area again and again and again and again and again. I this part, and then afterwards, the conclusion was okay, but the problem that also is you go through all this and the conclusion you have is up to the imagination of what happens now. I do not like that at all. I had fun with it. I loved it. The personal rating I give it is a 7. That's my personal rating, is I give it a 7. I enjoyed it. I had fun with it. I had made a whole series out of it. I'll probably play it again. And I'm actually interested in playing like 2 now. I want to play 2 at some point. Very interested in the game, and I really like the game. But comparing to recommending it to someone, my rating for all is a 4. Personally, I think it's a 7, but if I was to give it a rating, it's a 4. And that's where we conclude to this, is that I do not enjoy putting this in 4 with Silent Hill. If this game is a 4, which I don't think it's a 5. I think people would enjoy watching it. I think people may enjoy playing it, but I don't think everyone will. I think most people will more likely rage quit and maybe pick it up in a few weeks or months compared to actually playing it all the way through. I don't think many people would. So I'm going to put it at a 4, but because of that, I need to lower Silent Hill to 3. Because seeing Silent Hill right next to the same area as Parasite Eve, I don't like that. So this is going to be the first time, and probably the only time, that I actually lower Silent Hill to be a 3. And I think if it's worse than Silent Hill, it's a 1 or 2, if it's worse than that. So that's why I'm very comfortable with moving it to 3. And then my personal opinion of Silent Hill does go to 2. I'm never playing that game again. But that's why I think it works better if I put it to 3, because if it's below Silent Hill, it's 1 or 2. It's 1 or 2. And I think that's a good way to put it, is that Silent Hill, it's a game. It's a game, and if it's any worse than that, then it's trash. So I think Silent Hill is good there, and Parasite Eve is 4. But I enjoyed it a lot. I had a lot of fun with Parasite Eve, and I do want to play it again. Again, it's a 7. But I'm telling you right now, I don't think any of my friends would play the game to that point and continue. Every one of them will have given up. I don't know a single person who would continue playing that. And that's why I feel like, from gamers, people who don't play games as much, people that I don't know anyone besides me and Hayden who would go through all that. I think everyone else would have given up. There's one person, I think, if it was interesting, they would continue going. But with everything that happened before, the story it has, then that, I don't think they'd be interested in the game long enough for that. And so it's why I think it's a 4 for everyone. I think it's a 7. I know that's a lot to get out of the way, but the fight itself, then the conclusion, literally that last bit is what basically affected it from a 5 to a 4. I was going to give this game a 5. I was thinking about 6, but I think I was being biased at that point. Because thinking about everyone who's going to play it, how many people are going to enjoy playing it? I'm not thinking about you watching this game. I'm not thinking, oh, what do I rate this game based off story, based off thing? Everything's going into this game. And so it's why I think it's a 4. Personally, it is a 7, but I think it's a 4 compared to everyone else. Finally got that out of the way. Now you can complain if you wish.
I disagree wholeheartedly with everything you just said.
Cool.
So, I truly believe Parasite Eve is not a perfect game. I will not say it's a perfect game. But I truly see Parasite Eve being a good base for a perfect game. It has its issues, don't get me wrong. It has its overall issues. Overall, too many enemies spawning, 100% argue with. When it comes down to harder bits of the game, you can absolutely lose parts of ammo. If you don't know how to play the game right, we'll use Danger as an example because he played it. You don't know the combat of. You can absolutely run out of materials. It makes the game infinitely harder. But it's a survival horror game, is what it's classified as. A survival horror action RPG. But the issue going into the final boss, I'm not going to say issue. It was handled very well. Because the enemy you fought prior was Eve, the supposed big bad, giving birth to the ultimate life form. Ultimate life form, like I said, the enemy evolves as you play it, so the game's going to get harder. And it got to the point of challenge that makes you think, yes, this is a fucking ultimate life form. So you go through baby fight. It's easy fight. You literally shoot it 4 or 5 times. It's more than that. You shoot it a few times, it's dead. At this point, you should be able to maneuver yourself enough. Your armor should be high enough if you use your BP right to do it like that. You have enough upgrades to it. Your culmination of the entire game leads into this fight. Your weapons be doing a lot of damage. Do 4, we'll say 4 shots. I got lucky with a 7. 4 shots at most. 3 to 4 shots, because there's a lot of 3s. Your damage will be enough to take care of it pretty effortlessly. My first ever time playing, I did not die to this boss. I had enough BP, so my armor, I'd get hit, yes. But I did exploring, so I was set for this boss. The whole game gets you built up to this boss. You, way later in the game, talked about, you said, maybe day 4, you were more than halfway through with the game, said one of the biggest systems in this, the tool system, you thought nerfed your weapons. Had you started using it earlier on and been a little more exploring, you would have had such a better time with the fight. Which
I did upgrade weapons and stuff. I did transfer stuff overwards.
You missed out on some good stuff. Like as in the where the fuck was it?
I had frozen. I had tranquilizing. I had times of like 2 to 5.
Sewer, there was a chest piece in the sewer that you had to find that gives you auto potion, auto heal. Helps you out a whole bit. It helps really well. You have another ones that give you plus a lot of there's a lot of plus defenses, so you get your 1 armor, stick to that. The game wants you to use other things and how you play it, but at the exact same time, you give one. It's the issue I'm going to go way off topic with it. It's an issue I have with Final Fantasy 13. You get a new weapon. You get cool weapon, you put all your upgrade into that weapon. You don't want to upgrade anything else because all the things in this weapon. That's the same issue with Parasite Eve would have, is you have all your shit, you upgrade it into that. So you stick by that, you don't change stuff. I stuck with the same weapon except for grenade launcher, AoE stuff. Makes a lot of sense. But back to, I'm bitching on way off stuff. The boss itself was done spectacularly because it shows ultimate in it. It's not just I'm fighting this again, because you get to a certain point of the game that fighting becomes monotonous. Eve, very basic fight. Dino Rex, basic fight. Spider-Woman, arguably very basic fight. This ultimate life form is the true test of everything you've learned in this whole game. And it is a great way to end it because of how challenging it actually is. Because everything you've learned through the 6, 7, 8, we'll say 10 hours. It's I don't know how long it took you. We'll say 10 hours.
It was around 10 hours, yeah. It's like 10 hours and 20 minutes.
10 hours of actual play, plus take away the deaths, is...
No, not 10 hours. No. It was definitely extended because of the fight, because I had to reset a bunch of times. So,
yeah,
it was actually
I just had 10 hours.
So, like 11.
Deaths, minus the deaths.
Which would have been more so because of the thing. But yeah, you continue.
Using that as the whole thing of it, using the fact of it really does test your limits on a game, and that's how
it tests my limits. All right,
it tests your abilities.
I walked away.
It tests the limits of your abilities, and I love it whenever the games. I have not played a whole lot of games where the final boss is arguably the hardest boss. Not many in any capacity. This is one of the very, very few, and I love that. I don't want to be... This game has a secret ending to it. It has a true boss. You take on Eve in her... Basically, this is a contingency plan. This plan failed. This is what happens otherwise, is what it is. So she splits herself.
I do want to try to get that. It looks like if it was like a fusion of like her and then
this is true Eve. This is what is the perfected form supposed to look like.
Eve and then like the ultimate being, like just it's a mixture of everything.
So anyway, like I said, the fight is done well. The chase scene adds such a horror to it. And that's another reason I love it so much, is you just fought this thing. Yes, it's unfortunately I knew what was
multiple
coming.
Traps. There's multiple traps in it.
And it wasn't that hard to figure out.
One thing is like at the first the save, I thought you'd be able to save. It wasn't off.
I
It was
thought
on.
so too. But whenever I first I went in there and I waited. If I have time? I didn't immediately go save because that thing was chasing me. This game has its own weird time. So
And here's the thing: the horror aspect is gone when you're angry. The problem is it's no longer scary. I want it to be done. I don't want to keep going.
And unfortunately, that goes back and harkens to Silent Hill. You got pissed off at the game, and that gave you a bad experience. Had you done this game again, here's what's probably going to happen. You're going to play this game again, go EX mode, possibly beat True Boss. I don't expect you to. It's 77 fucking floors of just enemies.
Okay, but there it is. EX. That's why I know. That's why I can't give the game higher than I personally don't think I give it higher because of that.
I'm just using that as an example, as an EX.
Okay.
You're gonna play.
Right.
You're not. Are you gonna start the game over, or are you gonna use your new game plus?
Probably start the game over maybe if I was to play it because I think if it's too easy then then it'd be too easy if I do it like that. Then it'd be too easy.
And that goes into the EX mode. But you're gonna play it again. You're gonna love it a second time because everything I'm saying right now, the boss is a true test of your abilities. And then the running, I didn't see an issue with it because you're running, your fight or flight is going on. You're gonna think, okay, there's this. That's the only because
I know. I got lucky because bam, like first time I tried it.
Yeah.
First time I tried it, let me tell you exactly what it was. First time I tried it, move there, door. Let me go through door. I didn't bother saving. I was like, boom, let me go through door. Okay, left, right. Let me go left. Thankfully, I assumed right was wrong because left was the right way. Okay, boom, left. Okay, bam, corner. Okay, bam, go around here. Let me go down. Oh, camera change. Let me go ahead and continue through. My fight or flight was triggering it the whole time and to keep it going. Right, everything was good.
And then
it gets to the point to where to the boiler room. The enemy's standing there blocking your path.
But
I turn around and
go down because you stand on the thing. You very clearly see steps going up one way and down the other. And so your immediate response should be, I can't go that way. I gotta go this way. So
towards the boss that one-shots you.
No, away from the boss that one-shots you. Because it comes from the way you came in. It's following you. It doesn't circle around you. It follows where you go. So it comes... Say there's two doors. You go in this door and this door.
I think you just need to see my footage. I think you need to see my footage of what I do.
Because unless you run around the room... you enter the thing, and about as the time you get to whenever you start messing with it is when the thing plops down. And then you run away from it. And there's a door at the opposite side of the room from it. There's a door over there. I gotta go over there. And you just run out. That's the issue I'm having with it is it wasn't a challenge. As you look at it, stairs here, go down the stairs. Run away from it. That's what you're supposed to be doing. Then you make your way out.
I was running from it. I was stuck in a little box because there's the boiler, there's the pipes.
Yes.
I tried to walk down, there was nothing. Pipes.
No. You go down the steps and you go up, and there's a door there. You go through there, and that's what takes you up. You go up 3 sets of stairs, run through the thing, cutscene plays.
That's the stairs. That's where the ladder. You go up the ladder to that thing.
You have you take stairs. The ladder takes you into the boiler room. Stairs take you out of there to out of the ship.
It's a ladder that you go out of. Then you're at the stairs. I'm talking about before the stairs. There's the ladder.
I'm talking out of the boiler room. You can go the opposite direction to get away from it. And then the music starts picking up faster as this thing starts going after you.
You'll have to wait till my video's out to see what I mean. But it was not in front of you. It was not. The way where I was, then the enemy's chasing me. I try to go the opposite way. Now the enemy's just standing there right in front of me, and I can't get out. And I'm just there at the boiler.
I'm gonna have to see because it was.
You're gonna have to see what I mean.
It's very clear you go the other direction because there's another route out of there. And heck, you could literally have 2 routes. And I always I took the left route. It's correct either way. It could be. I don't know because I never had the issue. Yeah. That's the whole thing. Is the final bit of it isn't. That part isn't that hard.
And here's the thing. It's not the hardest thing, but it's the problem of it's another chase scene. It's a chase scene with traps, ways for you to get fooled.
I'm gonna
one-shot enemy.
have to watch it and probably play
And
it
if it's-
again and see.
All right, and if it's all of this after everything you just went through.
The boss, your argument with the boss is at least somewhat viable because you want to beat the game at this point. But
You want to beat the game. You want to be done. And now you're stuck here. And here's the thing, right? The hardest point of the game for me was in his adult form. I have to do all this fighting against his adult form. I finally, dude, when I tell you, I literally spent hours to beat him. When I beat him and he evolved again, I put down my controller and I was just laying back. I was just like, I was done. I was like, I could just turn this off right now and go away. Like this took
issue. I'm gonna be honest with you.
This
Danger.
okay. You could say skill issue. I don't care.
It's
all
more,
this.
You patience.
I spent
I understand. I understand.
hours, and then I would have spent more than that if I didn't have an emulator. So I would have spent more than that. So I'm now spending, let's say for an average person, because we're going based off non-emulator. I'm not giving it an emulator look, by the way. I'm going to the game.
I'm
so I have, you're telling me that I spent 3 hours, I'm just going to say 3 hours on this boss, to then there's another form that I have to outlive, do this whole segment, and again, it's like 70 a hit, so there's all this stuff going on that could end up killing me if I am not careful. After I've already dealt with this, I'm just drained for hours. Then I beat it, then there's another one after that, so then I have to run, and if I'll get one shot, and there's traps. I already have to run after doing all of this. At that point, me getting hit is the scare factor. Now there's traps.
I'm gonna have
That's
to
what
see what
kills
you mean
it
by
for me.
traps. Because I like, for what I know, is it's very obvious where to go.
The fact that I try to save, which I think finally, okay, you know what? I'm gonna chase scene, but there's a save point. I can blow.
Also, you want to know something? I knew this was gonna be. That's entirely why I told you to emulate the save state after you beat it, because I knew this was going to be a complaint you had. Because I knew you were going to have issues.
And then I don't care. I'm playing. I used an emulator. I cheated. I planted an emulator. I saved myself an hour, and I saved myself some more. I saved myself within a time. Let's say, for the sake of argument, I saved myself 2 hours. For the sake of argument, let's say that I did the worst, and I saved myself 2 hours. That is 2 hours more. I'm already upset with the hours it took me. It would have been longer. And I don't think the fact that a fourth of my gameplay was the boss. That is, and then again, the fact that it is not justified to me with everything that takes place after the boss. Truly after the boss. And then and then there's more. If I did everything, if I went out of my way to do everything, which is more hours. If I worked,
you don't have to do everything. That's
okay.
The EX is literally, you get to a certain point. I can go somewhere new. Then you can go beat.
Okay.
It. So
then I'll remove the EX. Okay. So let's just say I go to do everything. I make sure I get everything done. There's a side boss. I fought a crab boss. Spent forever on that. Didn't even need to. Heck, could have fought it later. But whatever. There's a bunch of side stuff that I probably still don't know yet. So I have to do all this, right? I want to do all this. I do all this fun. I spend a fourth of my gameplay on the boss for an ending like that. I don't like it. I enjoyed the game, and again, I give it a 7. But would I recommend this to anyone? No. Unless they are someone like you or me, I'm not recommending this game to them. I'm going to tell them they should watch someone play it. Am I going to tell them to play it? No. So it's why I give it a 4.
Here's how I feel like you should do it. I think you should give it a 5 because of the way. Hear it out before you sit there. Mute your mic. Thank you. I hope my fucking thing picked it up, that little bunk. But anyway, I think you should rank the game a 5 as an overall genuine review because of the boss itself. If you're going based on that, because it is 2 different players who did it. I struggled in no capacity. People I know who have played this game did not struggle at all. I struggled. I did kind of struggle, but I didn't die. You died a lot. And it's no insult to you, we are two very different kind of gamers. But at the exact same time, I recommend people in this game and saying it's good. The final boss is the hardest thing in the game. But you let them know prior about it. It's a game you want people to check out. You said go watch it. That's where the 5 comes in. I want people to play this game. I'm going to give it a 7. It's a 7 right across the board. It's going to get an 8 from Hayden. But it's an absolute good game. It's a good game. Don't get me wrong. The boss, here's the thing. I'm thinking back in the PS1 eras. Yes, you die one time, you get frustrated. But then you learn from it. Top of the hospital. You die once, you get frustrated, you learn from it. Also, it's older games. People had to deal with that all the time. That's another thing you got to put into it. Nowadays, you have the emulator. So, yeah, that kind of digs away from it. But at the exact same time, it's not that big of an issue. I think you should put it, that's why, anyway, put it as a 5. You need to put it as a 5 because our two experiences are so light and dark, night and day, that you cannot use that as a fair comparison. If we both struggled with it, then I could say that would be fair, and I'm about to be done. If we both struggled with it, that's a fair thing. But I played the game first time through completely blind. I didn't struggle come the end. You played the game completely blind first way through. You struggled come the end. That right there are two different sides of the spectrum. So I feel like you say you should play it. If you have the ability to, play it. There's a free emulator. If you get tired with it, you didn't spend any money. You just wasted some time. That's why it should be a 5. At least for you.
I'll give it a 5 if you give it a 6.
Why would I give it a 6? Tell me why.
7 is way too high.
No.
I think 7 is way too high of a rating for that game.
Let me explain to you why 7.
I think 7 based off bias, because I really enjoyed the game personally, and there's a bunch of stuff that I'm willing to push aside from it. And again, I spent a whole lot of time on that annoying point. But if I'm to look at it as a game, and again, when we're putting this in perspective, we're recommending it to everyone that plays games. This is games.
And I'm giving it a 7.
Half the people won't even touch it, and I know half of these people are going to rage quit from it.
And that may be the case.
And then okay, let me also be more fair. That will rage quit or not be happy with the story they got. There is a quarter of people that will play it and enjoy it, and also probably be really good at it. So it's why I give it a 4, not a 5. I don't see everyone playing this game. I don't see everyone liking this game. I don't see everyone.
Here's the thing. I don't see, when it comes down to it, some people do not like don't want its slower based games. Some people, because I argued with Manny at work the other day that slow paced games, no new gamer wants to play slow paced games. I'll argue they want to because it's easier to play.
I'm not even talking I know what you're trying to go into. I'm trying to think of everyone at that point.
I know. And here's why I feel like this game is deserving of a 7. This is non-biased. This is 100% non-biased. I've been thinking of it.
I know your bias is an 8, which I understand, which is fine.
Yeah,
I think I give it a 7. You like it slightly more than I do, which probably more so. But yeah, I think it's fine because I give it a 7.
Yeah. So, but the reason is this game, one, is such a leap in a different direction. It's a horror RPG. Those don't really exist, or they didn't for one. Now they do, but they're not to this degree for one. 2, this game is different enough from every other thing out there. How many games have you gone out there that, 1, are scientifically accurate, 2, don't deal with fucking god, demons, or shit? It's just a part of a human body. It's so different. And you yourself even stated, you put this combat with newer people, or newer games, you could see this combat being utilized in newer games. So people out there, they just have to wait 2 or 3 seconds, boom, they can attack. This game is different enough, unique enough, for as old as it actually is. Everybody, if they have the absolute capability, should give it a chance. And I can see a lot of people liking it. They'll get the story will throw them for a loop. I can see that happening. But whenever things click, they're gonna like it. The gameplay will be fine. They're gonna be annoyed by the enemies spawning, for 1. They're gonna have some bosses they hate, for 2. For 3, they're going to not figure out the tool system. We'll use you as an example till later, and that will hinder them come later experiences. That's not a big gripe at point-wise. It also has the ending of it, too, which people won't like. They leave up for discussion itself. Those are 3 big points that right there I can see people not liking this game, but combat is unique enough. The gameplay is simplistic, yet not. It's older Elden Ring, pretty much. Older Dark Souls. Learn enemies' moves, go based on it. Story's unique enough. Everything about it is so unique. I know that's why this game is still considered one of the best PS1 games ever made. And that's not even a joke. I literally want to say this is one of the best PS1 games ever made. Not by me. Not saying it by me, but this game is considered one of the best PS1 games ever made by such a wide spectrum. And people nowadays will still go turn it on. I know people, personally, who have never heard of this game, I've recommended it to, who don't play games like this, played this game and said, you know what? I fucking love the game. They had their issues, the ending for 1, multiple amounts of spawning for 2. This game is it's honestly an underrated gem of a game. I would say that if you have the ability, don't go buy this game. Don't go buy this game. It's $200, it's like $150. Don't be me. I'm eventually going to have a physical copy. I don't need it. I want it.
Yeah, you're a collector. Also, we have a show about gaming, so it's like, and other things, but yeah, so it's
but this game itself is unique enough to such diversity of game itself, because it's Resident Evil, it's Chrono Trigger, it has aspects of like some Final Fantasies with like Final Fantasy 12. It has all this shit to it merged into one. It kind of hits all the genres that I could see so many people loving this game. And I'm not going to sit there and literally say it's not Last of Us. But I can literally see a shit ton of people, newer and older, loving this game and having a few complaints and being dissatisfied come the end. Like, I'm using my brother-in-law. He's never played this game before. I recommended it to him. He does not like it. He likes Forza. He likes fucking Forza. That gives you an example of the game he plays. He loves this game. That's why this game here, I think, is deserving of a... If you can, play it. Don't go out of your way to play it. If you can, though, play it.
I'm gonna do this. I will give it a 5, and this is basically sort of the middle ground of if I think it's worse than this game, it is going to go lower, and if it's better than this game, then it'll go higher. This is what I'm gonna have as just 5, and this will be in like straight up middle ground of 5. And on that note, with this being sort of a baseline, I'm still going to lower Silent Hill to 3.
Yeah, it's fine. It's annoying, but that's fine.
Silent Hill's a 3. If it's any worse than Silent Hill, then I'm going to rate it 1 or 2. Silent Hill will give a 3. All the problems I had with this game feel like even more so in that game. And so it's like, it was even worse. And all the aspects I talked about this game, that game was worse. Again, at the end of the day, when I played this game, it still was playable. It was playable to a degree, and playing the enemy, I knew I could beat it. I knew out of all these hours spent, I knew with what I had, I knew with what the enemy, I knew that if I spent enough time and I figured it out and I was lucky enough, I knew I could beat it. So at the end of the day, this game was beatable. It made sure to give you plenty of resources, so sure, I will go ahead and give this game a 5. It originally for the whole time was a 5. Just that last bit really broke me. I wanted to give it a 4 so bad because of just everything else. It had one of the most annoying boss fights ever, and then a very displeasing, literally during dude, I was defeated. The last episode, spoilers, I was defeated. You could hear my voice. I was like, oh, cool. That's the ending.
I won't deny. I will not deny the ending.
I had to spend so many hours to beat this boss, and this is the ending I get for it. And this isn't at a time where there's true other stuff and whatnot, in the games, and I didn't even know there was a secret boss, but it's like, how much will that change of the story, and is that ending going to stay the same? And if it is, then why even? It's just so much of that to why I feel it's 5. I'm placing it dead set in the center. I will leave that as a mark. Okay.
And this one's like you like this one enough.
It is 5. It is 50-50 per person. It is 50-50. There we go.
And like I said,
Fine.
we're using us as a prime example. Like us is literally the best example. We both
Sure.
went in
All right.
blind. And
Yeah.
two very
And here's the thing. Personally, I give it a 70. I do.
Oh, it's a good
But then
game.
Yeah, I enjoyed the game. But then when I get a rating to everyone, so I'll give it a 5. But then Silent Hill, I am still going to lower because if it is worse than Silent Hill, I am not recommending that game to anyone.
And that's fine.
So I will leave Silent Hill there. So if it's better than Silent Hill, it's 4. If it's like Silent Hill, it's 3. If it's worse, it's 2 and 1. So I think that's where it is. I will have Parasite Eve as the number 5 place marker, Silent Hill as that. And then what? Have I given a game a 10 yet? I don't think I have. I think I'm waiting for the game. I've given many 9s.
You tried to give Spider-Man that, but oh god.
Both Spider-Man and The Last of Us. I remember debating a 10 out of 10.
I've told you.
But I think both of them I lowered down to a 9 because I'm saying if there's a game better than Last of Us, a game better than and also I'm a Marvel fan. I'm super biased. I love Marvel stuff.
And I think you either gave Plague Tale Innocence an 8 or 9. It's high. You gave it a high with me.
Plague Tale and I think Sea of Stars I gave a 9. A lot of 9s, but they're up there in games that I've really enjoyed. Would love to play again. They're there. Right? If it's a game I enjoyed, I don't see myself replaying it anytime soon. It was good, though, 8. If it was an okay game, but I enjoyed it, like Parasite Eve, I give it a 7. Like, my personal rating, I feel like is kind of... now that we've rated more games, you kind of see where it is. That 10 spot's still open. We have not found a 10 out of 10 game yet, for me. So, I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting to see what that game will be.
Why am I doing faces if they can see? They don't know if I have a 10 out of 10 game. I do have a 10 out of 10 game, but...
I'm also thinking about it. I don't think I do. Even out of all the games I've played, I don't think I have a 10 out of 10.
I do. And as I've thought about it, I have 3.
That's awesome. You want something? The game that I want doesn't exist. To my knowledge, the game that
Sonic game.
Well, that too. But it's like, man, I'll talk later. I'll talk another time. We should do that. What would be our 10 out of 10 game that we could make? If we could make a 10 out of 10 game, and for you, one that could beat the other 3, what would that be? That'd be a fun video, just a video of its own.
Oh, that'll be hard. God, that's gonna be hard because those 3 games are so fucking different from each other. It's night and day.
Yeah,
so it's like different.
Dude, Sea of Stars and Spider-Man, like those are up in 9. Like 2 very different games. How do I go beyond both of those?
It's a Sea of Stars based Spider-Man.
Oh my god.
Sea of Spider-Man.
There it is. We found it.
The Sea of Spider-Man.
Insomniac. And Sea of Stars, Insomniac.
It's like Pokemon,
get together.
but you go around collecting Spider-Man.
All right, but yeah, that's my rating. 5 and 7. Also, by the way, I wanted to say this because you mentioned it before we even recorded. We're gonna definitely rate games differently from now on.
I was waiting for all that. We are going to start rating games differently from now on because of an issue that I thought about is and
I did notice this as well. I was just like, and then I was like, we'll just leave it as is. It's like that's like the number that's kind of it's different, but it's typically the same.
It's gonna take
and
because
now
when it comes down to games are so what's the word?
Different?
Word? No, not different. Not different. It's like how art is basically beauty's in the eye of the beholder. No game, there's not going to be any true universal game. There's not going to be any true universal. Every person loves this game.
Yeah, it's impossible.
We'll use Baldur's Gate 3 as an example.
We are a perfect example. Us two are a perfect example. It's why we're even here is because it's very different.
Yeah.
We disagree we disagree every single video, but that's the point. It is 2 different people talk about why they love or hate or dislike or prefer a game. And very rarely, anytime we're ever like set in the middle for a thing is because we have very different opinions. And that's why we meet in the middle. But the problem is that that's not really how it works.
So from here on out, after this one, because we've already done it, we're going to be probably a little nicer when it comes down to it. Because if we try and base on the entire genre of gaming out there, every game is going to be a 5. It's going to be very few games are going to teeter above a 5.
yeah, like it's gonna be like almost any time we've ever had a joint, it has been four. It's been like 4, 5, 6. Here's the thing: in the very beginning, it was close, but the problem is at like because it was games that we kind of had a similar opinion on. But as we played more games, we start reaching the point to where we have different opinions on. Like both of us agree, Last of Us amazing. Both of us agree, Spider-Man is fun, but it's not the best game in the world. Both of us agree.
You gave it a fucking 9. I played it.
Personal opinion. Personal opinion. It's a 9.
No, you had it as a 9. You wanted to give it an actual 9 because we didn't have the overall personal or secondary yet at this point.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So,
we didn't.
I want to also say this because I went back and played Spider-Man before I played Spider-Man 2. It's no longer a 4, it's a 5. I'll give Spider-Man an actual 5. It's not awful, but it's not to any degree of a game that, you know what, I want to play this game all the time. Spider-Man 2! I love Spider-Man 2. I'm not going to lie. Is it my game of the year? Fuck no. But is it fun? I liked it. This combat was exactly the same as the first one. A little bit thing here, but there. Issues I had from the first one got fixed in the second one, which made me like it better. But I love the story of 2. So much better.
I want to play it so bad. I'm so
excited. Danger. Let me tell you about Craven the Hunter.
No. But yeah, so one thing is, and also I think it's really cool about the channel is like we have the one side being red, one side being blue. It's two different opinions. It's there. That's what it's there for.
Which one of us is the red? Which one of us is the blue? That's the best part.
Yeah, it's not like it's very obvious that one side has.
Well, I mean, here's the thing though, because it's anger and calm. Which one of us is which?
For that specifically, it's 50-50. It depends on the time of day. Depends on the time of day, and it depends what game. We could be playing Spider-Man. It's like, oh man, I had such a fun time. Hey, Hayden, how's it going? I fucking hate this game. Then we were playing.
Here is the absolute thing when it comes.
Parasite Eve. Oh man, I enjoyed this game. What about you, Danger? Fucking 4, baby, I 3. Like it's very different depending on the game.
We're gonna have, and I'll also say this because my niece listens to these episodes, and she says I'm very hard on games. I'm very hard on games. I'm not.
But okay, I will say this: you are more harsh on games, but also your library and knowledge of games is much more vast than normal. And like I will say this right now. It is. I'll give you an example. A tier list. When you start making a tier list, the more you add to it, the harder it is to fit things in. Right? Like you have all these big, great ones. It's like, okay, all of these are great, but now I have to make room for a game up here. It is an ever-expanding tier list, and you have to adjust the games accordingly. So with all of the... Yes, you have yes, obviously there's going to be bias in it. If everyone agreed on the same thing, then the world would be boring. But also, it's like, you have your personal opinion, but also knowledge across games, thought about how people play games. You have this huge library of knowledge. So, of course, you're going to be more harsh towards games if they're not as good as the hundreds that you played that you'd give it. You literally, out of all these games, you've only ever given 3 a 10. Mm-hmm. You have all of these 9s, all of these 8s, all of these 7s. If it cannot fit in this category, you're going to give it a 5, a 4, a 3, a 2, a 1. You're going to have the complaints.
There are very, and I'm saying this right now, there are very, I can probably on my one hand count the amount of games I've played once and never want to play again. So no matter how hard I actually am on a game, how harsh I am, there are very few games, very, very few games I will never play again. I've given 4. Spider-Man's my lowest at a 4, now a 5, because I've played through it again. It's okay. Stories, it's the only reason it's a 5 is I like the story. Very heartfelt, but. I'm not harsh on games. Believe it or not, I feel like I am fair to games. Because I've thought about being harsh on them. I'm fair.
Here's the thing, like you're fair, but then also at the end of the day, there is like some bias in it. But that's why we have the 2 ratings.
Spider-Man. I don't have an issue with Spider-Man. Is he my favorite hero? No.
Yeah.
But he's not bad. He's fine. He's cool.
Yeah.
I like not Miles Morales, Miguel O'Hara because it's bad.
And that's why I straight up admit, like, I love Spider-Man a lot, but also I grew up with Spider-Man. Mm-hmm. I love the Marvel comics overall, and I especially love Spider-Man. Like, there's a huge bias towards my love towards it in there, and that's why whenever I'm playing the game, I mean, obviously it's Spider-Man, so you can't take Spider-Man out of Spider-Man, but it's like, how much is there the story of character build-up, gameplay, story, development, like how much of the pacing, how the difficulty. All of this, what does it look like? You seem defeated. What's up?
I'm gonna have so much fucking editing. We have 5 hours of Parasite Eve.
Yep. I noticed that whenever I saw it was 11, and I remember we realized we started at 6. Yep. I already know.
It's about 6:30. Yep.
Yep.
Anyway, I'm not harsh on games. I give them a fair rating. I look at it from a lot of things.
Also, this is the thing about the end of the year. We're talking about the channel as well and whatnot.
Yeah,
so,
we are. Yay. Also, stay tuned for the next episode of Games and Gamers.
Oh yeah, here I'll take over for a minute because you just seem
gamers. No, I'm doing this and we're gonna call it. So, Games and Gamers, we are reaching the end of 2023. We are going to figure out our favorite games of 2023. Whether it is Games and Gamers related, which I'm gonna say right now is if Danger can, because I'm probably gonna throw this bracket in here because I know he hasn't played a lot of 2023 games. It's 3 brackets of Game of the Year. Our 2023 Game of the Year, our Games and Gamers Game of the Year, and our personal Game of the Year. Whether it was released in 2023 or not, our favorite game we played throughout the year of 2023. We'll probably do, I don't know, our top three contenders for each. So, yeah, I got nothing left. I am tired as hell. I should have gone to bed 2 fucking hours ago.
Yep. We're here.
So, you down with that, Danger? Can you come up with your top 9 games of the year?
Top 9?
If possible. Like I said, your 2023 games of the year, Games and Gamers games of the year, and your overall game of the year.
Okay. First, second, and third place. I was like 9. I was like, what? How many brackets are there for?
It'll be second and it'll be first, second, and third.
Yeah,
place
first. That's what I was saying. I was just thinking 1.
If applicable.
I mean, it should be possible. Yeah, I can throw a list together.
Alrighty, because I got a lot to do.
Cool. All right. I'll put the games. I'll put the reasons as why.
And so also, this is going to be our last episode of 2023. We're going to go on to a Christmas hiatus. We will see you all on January 1st. So I hope everybody has a very Merry Fall, Christmas, or Happy Holiday, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Hanukkah, whatever you celebrate. I'm not entirely sure.
Merry Christmas.
We're Christmas, so Merry Christmas from us, the Games and Gamers crew. Have a Happy New Year if you do New Year's, but I'm sure I think everybody does New Year's, but have a Happy New Year.
Yep.
I hope you have good resolutions. I'm going to play more video games in 2024. That's my resolution.
See ya, Mike.
And Danger's going to play more video games in 2024 too. But
that's the plan.
We'll see you all in 3 weeks. Happy holidays, everybody.